months back at this point in time, I guess you could say. So we'll see how he fares. But a lot of familiar names in here. This is a race that's bringing together.
Ivar being one of them.
Right. Annapolis would be another one. Casa Creed would be another one. This is bringing together the cream of this division when it comes to the FanDuel Mile. Santin is my top selection. We go back to his Churchill race. Now, there wasn't a lot of closing going on in the two turf races that took place on Arlington Million Day. They just ran the Beverly D and the Arlington Million. But Santin has that good positional early type of speed, and I think that'll be on full display here today. Brendan Walsh said to me that they felt that a mile and an eighth and mile is about as far as this horse wants to go, and they exposed him a bit when they asked him to step up and trip in other races. So not surprised that they're focusing their attention on this mile division versus trying to extend out to the mile and a half in the Breeders' Cup Turf.
Yeah.
I think he sits in a perfect spot. He's a good horse. I'll go to Santin on top, and then I'll go 9 and 6 underneath in the Coolmore Turf Mile. The 9 being Casa Creed, 4-star Dave winner, Grade 1 winner sprinting. He's just a classy horse, and he's a Keeneland graduate, son of Jimmy Creed, that's made over $1.7 million. So I've got him as the second choice in there. And then Smooth Like Straight was originally in the top 3, so regrouping and going to Ivar, who we know he likes it here. He closes well. And to finish second to Modern Games in the Woodbine Mile, that Grade 1,
that was a freakish performance.
For Modern Games. So that second should go a long way today for Ivar in the Coolmore Mile.
Yeah, that was a jaw-dropping performance. When I went back and watched the replay, I was like, ooh, man, that horse really put it on the field. Okay, so I took a little bit of a shot against Santin. I do agree with you that he's probably the horse to beat, especially at the mile. Casa Creed has tried the mile a couple times before in the past. He's tried the Breeders' Cup Mile in the past, and he hasn't been successful. But I just think he's a different horse this year, and sometimes we see that, especially with turf horses. They can peak at the age of 5 or the age of 6, what have you, and there's no doubt about it. He is in the best form of his life. This is a look at his win in the Grade 1 4-star Dave last time out at Saratoga. They didn't go particularly fast in front of him. 24 flat for the opening quarter. You can see horses. Nobody else made a move from off the pace. He did. He came from last, swooped the field, and wound up getting an easy victory in the end by over a length. So I think coming back to Keeneland, I know he hasn't really had success at Keeneland, but that was a different phase, a different time of his career. He is in the best form of his life. I'm not crazy by the fact that the two scratched and Smooth Like Straight, because it does take a little bit of pace out of the race. But I still think he should be able to get an adequate setup, a horse that's in really good form. Santin, the good thing about him, he can win from anywhere. He can win stalking the pace. He can win from closing. So he has a versatile running style, which I think has contributed to his successful career thus far. And then Ivar, obviously, this is the biggest concern for him, the scratch of Smooth Like Straight, because he does come from the clouds. I love the move taking the blinkers off, because if you kind of compare his races with the blinkers on, with the blinkers off, I actually think he had more of a turn of foot with the blinkers off. So this is a good move for him, and hopefully can get back into the swing of things. But his last race was very good, as you mentioned, behind Modern Games. So we pretty much agree, just different order. I went Casa Creed on top.
For more on the Coolmore Turf Mile, here's Tom Leach.
Talking with trainer Brad Cox. First, let's talk about set piece in the Coolmore Turf Mile. The last race up at Pimlico, was that maybe a little bit of a confidence booster?
Yeah, for sure. He had a little bit of a rough trip, or wasn't involved in the Arlington Million at Churchill, and he wheeled back and he ran a big race. There wasn't a lot of pace in that race. It worked out well. He set a good trip, and looks like this one fits him a little bit better on paper. It's obviously a bigger field, but should be a good setup.
See, I know you've always thought highly of him. Is he back at his best?
He really is. He's a horse that's really improved with age. We thought a lot of him. Thought he could be a Grade 1 horse at the age of 4. Took him a while to get rolling. He obviously proved he was a graded stake horse at the age of 5. He come back this year. Thought he was every bit as good this year as he was last year, given the fact we tried him in a Grade 1 off the layoff. And he ran a good race that day. Pulled a little too much, but he's won a couple graded stakes this year, and it'd be nice to win a Grade 1 with him.
Let's talk about the two-year-old colts in the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, both coming off impressive wins, Loggins and Instant Coffee. How have they both come into this next race?
Really good. Obviously, they've both just raced one time, so they're light on experience, which most of the field is. So they're going to have to move forward. They're both very intelligent horses. They have great minds. They were impressive in their debuts. They were able to set off horses. I think both based off pedigree and just the way they train, that they should stretch. So a little bit of the unknown, but I feel like we're set up for big efforts from both of them.
Any one of the two more further along?
Well, I think Loggins is a faster horse. He'll probably be a little bit more forwardly placed. I would say Instant Coffee's probably bred to go further. So, we'll see. Once again, they're young horses, not much experience, but I think they make up for lack of experience with their mind. They have very good minds.
Good luck.
Thanks, Tom.
It's Brad Cox, and it could be a big day for him at Keeneland.
And with that, let's transition into the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. Winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Division, and some of the names that have come out of this race in recent years. Rattle and Roll, last year, Essential Quality Champion. Maxfield 2019, Nixco Eventual Horse of the Year in 2018. Classic Empire, an eventual champion in 2016. So this is a very important race. Another good field here. You got Forte, 3-1 on the morning line. He's a Grade 1 winner, won the Hopeful in his last race at Saratoga. You can see a couple of scratches, but a good group, and this is going to be a very important race and trying to predict the future when it comes to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile here at Keeneland in a month's time. I go to Loggins on top. He was very flashy on debut. He's got a classic type of pedigree. He's by a Breeders' Cup Classic winner out of a mare that's by a Breeders' Cup Classic winner as well, by Blame and Gosap are on the top side. And this is what he did in his first race. He was the heavy favorite that day. He was odds on, and he dashed off and ran away from this group. The three-quarter time, 109-3. Finishes up in 115-4. This colt was not slowing down. He settled from off the pace. We'll see what Flo opts to do from that inside draw, how forward he wants to be. Does he want to take the initiative and take it to him early on? But this is a colt for Spendthrift Farm and Steve Landers Racing that, to me, looks to be the real deal off of that performance. So I've got him on top. Frosted Departure second. Inside, I think Brian's going to have to go from there. I wouldn't be surprised if he leads the way and Loggins tries to lay right off of him. And then the number 5 horse, Instant Coffee, who was impressive and surprised some folks on that debut. And maybe it had to do with the fact that Brad was going to Dylan Davis in that situation.
Yeah.
But now it's Luis Saez who gets the opportunity. And that's no knock on Dylan. Dylan's had a heck of a year up in New York. So he gets Luis Saez in the saddle for the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity.
So I agree with you with Loggins. He's going to be my top pick as well. The one thing that I thought was so impressive about that race that we just showed was the early stages of it, especially with Brad Cox, who trains his horses forwardly. They usually break really sharply, and they go gate to wire. They're not educated. They have natural raw speed and talent. With that horse, he actually rated professionally behind horses early, angled out, and then just dominated that field. And the second place finisher in there, Easy Action, he is trained by my husband, Norm Cassie, and I know how much he loves that horse. And he beat him by, 5 lengths, 8 lengths? So
8.5.
that just goes to show you like how good that field was and how easily he won that race. On top of that, this is it's not unprecedented. Brad Cox has done this before in the past. He even did it with Essential Quality, where he debuted him a 6-furlong race at Churchill Downs, won that, prepped him to go 2 turns in the Breeders' Futurity. So I don't think the stretch out in distance is going to be a concern. It just depends on the individual. It is a quick turnaround. That would be my biggest concern. I mean, he ran in the middle of September, and he's back the first week of October. So that is kind of a quick turnaround. But I wanted to also talk about Forte, horse we didn't touch on just a moment ago. But this horse ran a 92 Beyer speed figure last time out in the Grade 1 Hopeful for trainer Todd Pletcher. I thought this was a very fast final time, considering how the track was that day. If you look at other times, final times that day, and you compare them, it was a very fast final time. Not only that, he beat a horse by the name of Blazing Sevens, who came back to win the Champagne. So that obviously was a very good Group 1, our Grade 1 in the Hopeful. So I think he's probably the biggest threat to Loggins. I went 2-7-1 in the Futurity.
Grade 1 First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare. Small field here, but does not lack in depth. You've got a field of 6. You've got Chad Brown with 3. We've seen him finish 1, 2, 3 in Grade 1s. Feels like more than a few times out here at Keeneland, whether it be the spring or especially in the fall. And he's got the 3 horses to beat: Regal Glory, In Italian, and Technical Analysis. Regal Glory, I think she ends up being sub even money, in my opinion, come post time. This is a filly that will take you back to her most recent run, and that was with Casa Creed in the Grade 1 4-star Dave, and she ends up finishing second. She's facing the boys here today. She's beaten by Casa Creed, who will be one of the favorites today in the Coolmore Turf Mile, that Grade 1. So there's all things to like about this multiple Grade 1 winning mare. She won the Just a Game. That was the follow-up to her Jenny Wiley win last season here at Keeneland, last spring, I should say. So in defeat, you can look good. There's no question about it, and that's the case with her facing off against the boys. Regal Glory over in Italian. She ran a giant race in the Grade 1 Diana. She dashed away from him, set a course record in doing so with Joelle. I'm assuming they'll try to do the same thing again today. I think she's quicker than Technical Analysis, but I think Regal Glory reels her in Italian finishes second, and Technical Analysis finishing third. I have such a strong opinion. I'm going to bet a $10 or $20 straight trifecta in that race.
Nice. Okay. Regal Glory, I would just say it's been fun to follow her career. It's a testament to giving horses time to mature. A couple years ago, she couldn't win a Grade 1, and now she is dominating this division right now. And it just goes to show you, if you give a horse some time and patience, they can mature into a Grade 1 type of horse, and that's the case with Regal Glory. In Italian, though, she is an up-and-comer. There's no doubt. She won the Grade 1 Diana last time out. This is her victory in the Grade 1 Diana. What was interesting about this race, Scott, is that she ran against Technical Analysis, and if you look at the first part of the race, Jose Ortiz was on Technical Analysis. Joao Rosario was on in Italian. Jose really aggressively took Technical Analysis off the pace going into the first turn and let in Italian go to the lead. I wonder if that's going to be the same dynamic today. If that's the case, then I think in Italian is going to outfinish Technical Analysis. But Technical Analysis, too, has speed. So that is the one thing in terms of the pace. I'm curious to see how it plays out.
There'll be a team plan going in.
Yes.
There's no question about it. It won't be judged based on break. There'll be a plan going in. Let's check in with the Clocker report for this Saturday of Fall Stars weekend, starting with race number 5, Button Boy, the number 7 horse, on the 1st of October. So just 7 days ago, worked a half mile in 47. That was the best of 60 at the distance. Only other dirt race produced a win at this venue at the distance. And then Manjid in race number 11, the nightcap, like in the workout on the 16th of September. Quick half-mile work there, too. 46-2, the best of 40, trained well here since debut. Maybe he wants dirt, has tactical speed. So race 5, the 7. Race 11, the 1. Let's dive into our multi-race exotics of the day. And I'll swap with you going to the Turf Pick 3, and I'm going single all. It's as simple as that.
Okay.
Golden Pal, Regal Glory, and hitting the all button in the Coolmore.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
33 even. It's not, honestly, it's not the worst ticket at all. So that's
I think
my
a lot
approach.
of people will be playing that.
It's as simple as it comes as far as the Turf Pick 3. I rarely have a single, let alone 2, but that's the idea here in the Turf Pick 3. $33. Punch it right now. Head to the window.
Straightforward approach. I too single Regal Glory, but in the 7th race, which kicks off the All Stakes, pick 4, the TCA kicks it off the Grade 2. And I have a little bit of coverage there with the 2 Palm Cottage. We have the 5 Sconson, who's my top selection, the 7 Slammed, and also the number 9 Happy Soul. Mentioned the single. I have coverage in the 9th race as well. I have a little bit of an opinion there in the Breeders' Futurity, but they are also 2-year-olds and anything can happen. So coverage there, especially with the 15 Carmel Road, drawing in off the AE. And then we get to the final race of the All Stakes Pick 4, the Coolmore Turf Mile, just using the 7 Santon and the 9 Casa Creed.
All right, those are our tickets. All Stakes Pick 4, All Turf Pick 3. A lot of wagering opportunities today on this giant Saturday of racing. Let's move into our best angles. We'll keep the focus on the graded stakes races today, and why not? Because we've got 2 more to dissect. Race number 7, the Grade 2 Turf Club of America. This is a $350,000 event. It's a Breeders' Cup win, and you're in for the filly and mare sprint division. Scratch Caribbean Caper. The morning line favorite is Slammed, the number 7 horse. I'm looking to the 2 Palm Cottage, who's sitting at 4-1. She has really gotten good this season. She's a filly that OXO Equine Larry Bass purchased for quite a bit of money. She won her debut, and then things just did not pan out over the course of the rest of her 3-year-old season. They gave her that time off from December to July, and she's blossomed into what we're about to show you right now, including this victory at Saratoga in second level allowance company. She just cruises out on the front end. She did the same thing in July at Ellis Park, winning by 6.5. She's going to win by a neck here in the end and stops the clock in 109.2. You can see how fast they went early on. So 6 furlongs is the key for her. Flavian Pratt's in the saddle, and also the fact that she's got an inside draw, I think, is a benefit. I think she can outbreak the fillies that surround her. So let's get her to the front and hold on and slam the number 7 horse. You got to respect this filly as well. They shouldn't be too far off of each other at some point in the race. She ran such a game race in defeat to Edgeway, who's a class filly. So that race really impressed me for the New Mexico bred as they ship in here to Kentucky. So 2 over 7, $10 exacta, $20 ticket there as far as the race number 7 best angle.
Okay, I take us to, who do you think is going to be the heaviest favorite today?
Golden Pal by 8 miles.
Golden Pal, not Regal Glory? Yeah.
I would think so, yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. Well, anyway, Golden Pal, 4 to 5 on the morning line, and the grade 2 Woodford, presented by FanDuel, 5.5 furlongs on the turf. I wish I could say a lot more about this race, but I think it's one of those cases, as the kids say, it is what it is. Golden Pal.
The kids are still saying that?
I think so.
Okay.
I don't know. I feel so old nowadays. I don't know what the kids are doing anymore. Let's show you the shaker down from last year, or this spring, excuse me. This horse is just incredibly fast, and I don't even think that description does him justice. He is the fastest turf sprinter in North America, perhaps even the world. Who knows? But if he gets out of the gate, nobody can catch him.
No, not in the races where he's got a bend to work with.
But here, we have to. Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you for adding that. But if you're going to make money, you're not going to make money by betting whatever price he's going to be. Maybe you can make money by throwing a price in underneath in the exacta. So that's why I used Bad Beat Brian underneath. This horse is 15 to 1 on the morning line. I think he will float up from there because he will be a long shot. Brittany Vandenberg with Chris Amy in the saddle.
Jareth Loveberry, rider change.
Oh, sorry, Jareth Loveberry in the saddle. I just think he's a horse that really came to life last time out. And Brittany Vandenberg is very, very good at what she does. This horse is capable turf sprinter. I hope that he doesn't find himself kind of in that chasing position. All of them will be chasing Golden Pal, I would imagine. But he's kind of the long shot that I want to use underneath. So I'm just going to do a $25 exacta, cold exacta, 4 over the 2.
And I love Golden Pal. I really do. And I wish that he could have broken sharper in the King stand. I really do. Because we were there for Royal Ascot, and things just didn't go right. He admitted, he said he looked over, he got distracted, he watched the video back. That's what happened. If you hadn't had a chance to see the great Group 1 King stand, that's what happened. And Nature Strip, the horse that beat him, is a freak of nature as well. No pun intended, that Australian sprinter. But he comes out of that race, he bounces back, he wins the Troy from off the pace. I mean, that Shakertown, the fractions that he put together back in April here at Keeneland are just not normal. It's just simply not normal. And so that's what we expect to see, more of the greatness of Golden Pal here today in the Woodford presented by FanDuel. For more on today, let's check in with Tom Leach for his long shot pick of the day.
We're going to try and build the bankroll early for a fantastic Saturday card by finding a long shot in race 2, Alexa Lou from the barn of Dallas Stewart. Dallas has good numbers this year with horses that are making their debuts. The other thing I like about this horse is that they go to Paco Lopez as the rider. He's an outstanding gate jock, so tells me that they think this horse has a shot, get out of the gate well, and maximize the chances for Alexa Lou to get the money by Speightstown. He can certainly produce a first out winner. So let's try Alexa Lou for our long shot play of the day.
All right, side bet of the day. I was DQ'd out of victory yesterday. I'm just going to throw that out there. The DQ cost me.
Excuses.
It's the reality. It's the reality of what happened yesterday.
The reality is that I won.
That's true.
That's it.
Won. I believe you. This is what happened back in the spring. Didn't you get going and then you just kind of fell flat on the face, as the kids say?
It was a long meet. It felt like a long meet. I am going to I've transitioned from cheap speed to staying speed.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna open up on the field, and I'm a stayer now.
Okay, so this is what we're doing today. Best winning exacta box from our top 3 picks.
Best winning exacta box.
Isaac's game to keep track of this.
Best winning exacta box with our top. Okay, if Isaac's game to keep track of that, then by all means. I'm not going to be keeping track of it throughout the day, though.
And the tie break is the turf mile, the Coolmore Turf Mile heads up. So
Okay.
I've got Sanson. You've got, what do you got in there? Casa Creek. Right.
And I also think you lost the side bet of the side bet yesterday because I said I correctly pronounced the sponsor of the Phoenix.
Who is
all
it?
day yesterday.
Who is it?
Yesterday was yesterday. Today's a new day.
I'm just wondering if you know who sponsors the Phoenix Stakes.
The Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix.
It's only taken like 4 years. Hashtag Team Gabby, hashtag Team Scott. We're playing for this week. Hopefully you're playing along with this grade 11 race card highlighted by the $1 million grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile.
When the thoroughbred world descends upon Lexington this November, there is one place you need to be. The place where history comes alive with every championship victory.
He's authentic indeed!
The place where the future is built with the fall of a gavel. The place that exists to be the heart of this industry. The center of it all. Home to the November breeding stock sale and 2022 Breeders' Cup, Keeneland.
This new Toyota Tundra is amazing. It's rugged and capable.
Designed, engineered, and built right here in the USA.
And Tundra is more powerful and more fuel efficient.
The iForce Max hybrid powertrain delivers 437 horsepower.
And with the multi-terrain select, no matter what the conditions are, it automatically adjusts the engine throttle and traction.
While the crawl control modulates the throttle and brakes.
When we say you can go anywhere and do anything,
Tundra really means it.
Yeah.
Toyota. Let's go places.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
As an owner, I love the Breeders' Cup winning your in-series.
To win one of these challenge series is a way that we kind of map out our schedule throughout the year with our horses.
So if we're considering two different races and one was a win and you're in and one was a not, then I think that would be the tiebreaker for us.
Automatic berth takes a lot of pressure off. Breeders' Cup Challenge, win, and you're in.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Keeneland welcomes Mary Jackson to the paddock. Mary is a Lexington and Frankfort-based singer, most recently featured in the historic and inaugural International Jazz Day performances in Lexington and Frankfort. Mary has performed on stages across the United States and for many dignitaries, including 2 sitting governors. First, My Old Kentucky Home.
The sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the people are gay. The young folks roll on the little cabin floor while the birds make music all the day. The young folks roll on the little cabin floor, all merry, all happy and bright. By and by, hard times come a-knocking at my door. For my old Kentucky home, good night. Weep no more, my lady. Oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home. For my old Kentucky home, far away.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Cornelia Ethington with admissions as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Cornelia.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and life members room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the South Gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the North Terrace and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the paddock area and North Terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the South Gate, East Gate, or North Gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is fast, the turf is firm. The temporary rail is down today for the turf racing. Time now to take a look at the program changes beginning in the first race, where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes and early pick five will all get underway. In that first event, jockey change on the 6, You Make Me Happy, the jockey Edgar Morales. 6, You Make Me Happy, Edgar Morales, the jockey. Second race, start of the early pick 4. Scratch number 1, Moral Turpitude. Scratch number 3, Magical Loot. Scratch number 8, American Maestra. Scratch 13, Tavali. Scratch 15, Her Ladyship. Again, scratch the 1, Moral Turpitude. Scratch 3, Magical Loot. Scratch 8, American Maestra. Scratch 13, Tavali. Scratch 15, Her Ladyship. Please note, number 14, California Belle, draws into the race. Third race. Jockey change for the 1, Social Mandate, Francisco Arrieta. Number 1, Social Mandate, Francisco Arrieta. Fourth race, scratch the 2, Baytown Jagger. That's the fourth race. Scratch number 2, Baytown Jagger. Race 5, start of the pick 6, the $33,000 carryover. No changes in that fifth race. Race 6, the Woodford, presented by FanDuel. That is where the All-Stakes pick 5 begins. It's also where the Keeneland Turf pick 3 begins. In that sixth race, jockey for the 2, Bad Beat Brian, Jareth Loveberry. Number 2, Bad Beat Brian, Jareth Loveberry. Seventh race, the Thoroughbred Club of America, start of the All-Stakes pick 4. Scratch number 4, Caribbean Caper. Scratch number 4, Caribbean Caper. Race 8, start of the late pick 4. No changes in race 8, the First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare. Ninth race, the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. Scratch the 4, Confidence Game. Scratch the 16, Jin Tong. That's the ninth race. Scratch the 4, Confidence Game. Scratch the 16, Jin Tong. Please note, number 15, Carmel Road, draws into the race. 15, Carmel Road, draws into the race. The jockey will be Gerardo Corrales. Gerardo Corrales, the jockey for number 15, Carmel Road. Race 10, the Coolmore Turf Mile. Scratch number 2, Smooth Like Straight. Scratch the 11, Emirati. Also scratch 14, Dark Shift, 15, Natural Power, and 16, Gray's Creek. That's race 10. Scratch the 2, Smooth Like Straight. Scratch the 11, Emirati. Also scratch 14, Dark Shift, 15, Natural Power, 16, Gray's Creek. Please note, number 13, Atone, draws into the race. 11th and final event, carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $8,991. Scratch the 5, Boko. Scratch the 5, Boko. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Happy Saturday to you, Kurt Becker. And for those of you joining us here at Keeneland Racecourse and from abroad, we have 11 races in front of us, 5 graded stakes races, each of them important in relationship to the Breeders' Cup World Championships, which will be back here at the beginning of November.
Yes, we have a couple of win-in-your-ins this weekend. Obviously, we completed some yesterday, and especially today. I'm really looking forward to the Grade 1 Breeders' Futurity. A lot of the time we've seen in the past it being be a very important stepping stone for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and these are our future stars.
They are. We've seen Maxfield, Essential Quality, Rattle and Roll in the last 3 renewals of that Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. We'll take a quick look at all of these fields, but from an overall perspective, this is what we're taking a look at as far as the Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile is concerned. You saw the scratches and heard the scratches from Kurt Becker, Santon Arlington Million winner, Turf Classic winner over at Churchill Downs. Can he pick up a third Grade 1 this time at Keeneland Racecourse?
I think so, and I do think that the mile is going to be the best distance for him. A mile and an eighth, and the distance that he won last time out might be stretching his limits a little bit. But Casa Creed is a horse that is a multiple Grade 1 winner. He won his first Grade 1 going a mile last time out, though, and I think he's in the best form of his life. He's the biggest threat to the favorite.
That's a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Mile Division. Race number 9, the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. Win and you're in for the Juvenile Division at a mile and a 16th on the main track. Forte, already a Grade 1 winner, looking to go back-to-back in Grade 1 company.
And Forte, or Todd Pletcher, has a pair of horses in here. Forte, the winner of the Grade 1 Hopeful. I also thought Lost Ark was an interesting horse. He won the Sapling last time out at Monmouth, but Brad Cox will hope to do the same thing that he did with Essential Quality and winning with the number 2 Loggins. He'll also send out the 5 Instant Coffee.
Race number 8, 25th running of the First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare Grade 1 Company. And Chad Brown well represented per usual in these Grade 1 filly races out here at Keeneland Racecourse. He's got the top 3 in the morning line. It certainly will likely be come post time, led by Regal Glory, who won the Jenny Wiley back in the spring.
She won the Jenny Wiley, then she followed that up with a Grade 1 win in the Just a Game at Belmont. She is so good. Now, she's she definitely is in the best form of her life right now. She is the horse to beat. She'll be the heavy favorite. But as you said, Chad Brown also represented with an Italian who might set the pace early and technical analysis who might sit just off of him.
Race number 7, 42nd running of the Thoroughbred Club of America. This is a win and you're in for the filly and mare sprint division for the Breeders' Cup. And Slammed, invading from Southern California, a New Mexico bred who pressed Edgeway to the limit in that Rancho Bernardo Stakes, most recently at Del Mar. She's the morning line favorite for Todd Fincher.
There's some pace in here, though. Joyful Cadence, the 8, the 9, Happy Soul has speed, even the 2, Palm Cottage, down on the inside. All of these fillies are very quick. Could one of them shake loose, or will it set up for a closer? We'll see.
And then race 6, the Woodford, presented by FanDuel. Golden Pal looking to defend his turf. 4 to 5 on the morning line. He'll be shorter than that come post time. He's already 3 for 3 here at Keeneland.
He's worth the cost of admission just to see him break out of the starting gate. This horse has brilliant speed. He was brilliant in the Shakertown earlier this year at Keeneland in the spring meet. We'll see what he can do. I think he's going to run the field off their feet and get the job done at a short price.
Those are quick glances at the 5 stakes races. Don't forget all stakes pick 5, all stakes pick 4, starting with races 6 and 7, and also the turf pick 3. That starts with race number 6, the Woodford, presented by FanDuel. Enjoy a brilliant afternoon of racing here at Keeneland as we are quickly approaching post time for the first of 11. Taking a look into the paddock for race number 1, maiden 50 claimers to start the afternoon. 3 and up, 7/8 will be the distance. Does start the first pick 5 of the day, pick 3 and opening double of the afternoon. Pine Valley, the number 5 horse, my top selection, Gabby's second selection, currently sitting at a good price, 4 to 1 for Rudy Brisset. They dropped him in for 50 last time out. He responded with one of the better efforts that we've seen from him, and at least from a result perspective, finishing second that day. So drops in for 50, or stays in for 50, I should say. Just goes to show that he fits here, and I think that the distance will be better suited for him. Shouldn't be as quick of a pace as he saw at Churchill back in mid-September.
Yeah, and he just got caught behind a horse, Constitutional Law, who drew off to win by 7 lengths that day. I'm not saying that this is an easier race by any means, but he might have just caught the right field today. And I agree with you, the added distance of 7 furlongs I think will help him be forwardly placed.
You've got the 7 Morning Cup on top. Hard spun gelding hasn't been seen in about 2 months, and he comes out of a maiden special weight at Gulfstream Park.
Just kind of the typical angle, Scott. Speed, fade, first time out, now second time out, drops in class, gets a bit more distance. I think this horse will set the tempo early.
Crow's Nest, the number 2, a first-time starter for Todd Pletcher. He doesn't debut a lot of horses for a tag, but when he does, he gets results. He's a 19% strike rate when debuting a horse for a tag, and that's the case here with this midshipman colt for Phoenix Thoroughbreds. And Irad takes the call, which is another reason to think that he should be all right today with Irad Ortiz Jr. in the saddle.
Beautiful looking horse in the paddock, and Todd Pletcher, he spots his horses even very, very well in claiming races. We'll see what this horse can do. He might be ready to win first time out, or he's won. Sometimes we see horses debut at 7 furlongs. It means they went a little bit longer. He is a big bodied horse. Maybe he's one that might need a race and then improve at 2 turns.
Roan for the Rose on the outside, current favorite at 2-1. We haven't seen this colt in well over a year. September 12th of 2021 at Kentucky Downs, his only race. He was 3rd that day and have not seen him since. Now he shows up for 50, obviously an aggressive spot. Obviously, I think that you can read into the fact that maybe he's not as good as he was at that point in time. So at 2-1, we'll see how he fares from this outside post and how he fares on the dirt as well.
I think the only thing you need to know is the price right now. And this horse is extremely live at 5-2 from an 8-1 morning line. Horses like these in races like this, even in 2-year-old races at Keeneland, the money is smart and the money is telling you that this horse is live.
That's a fair point. Gets Lasix for the first time. He's a son of Cupid, son of Tap. He was a Grade 1 winner on the dirt, won the Gold Cup at Santa Anita during his racing career. So 14 minutes away from race number 1 as they'll start to circle around the paddock and get the riders up call. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Maiden claiming race, 3-year-olds and up with a $50,000 claiming price. 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Jockey for the 6, You Make Me Happy, Edgar Morales. 6, You Make Me Happy, jockey Edgar Morales. Double in pick 3, wagering start of the early pick 5. Main track is fast, turf is firm. Post time at 6 minutes.
These 8 runners have moved off into their warm-up for race 1 with less than 4 minutes to post, and Crow's Nest warming up nicely there with Irad Ortiz Jr. He's been a pro since he came out onto the track, and that continues to be the case with this colt. Big, long neck on him, as Gabby was talking about the big body of him. He certainly, from a physical standpoint, looks imposing compared to the other runners that he's running up against. So like the way that he's acting out on the track and the way that he's warming up at odds of 9-2. Let's move over to the number 6 horse, You Make Me Happy. Thought this firing line colt doesn't look bad either out there. He's moving on to the dirt for the first time since a try against Maiden Special Weight Company back in the springtime here at Keeneland. Obviously, this is a much different scenario for him, and he hasn't run some bad races as of late. So from Woodbine down here to Keeneland Racecourse, don't be surprised if this colt is able to outrun his odds here this afternoon. And then we'll close out the conversation front side with Roan for the Rose. He looks ready to roll off this year-plus layoff, and shouldn't be a surprise given the numbers that Mike Maker puts out each and every year, especially here at Keeneland Racecourse. It seems he wins at 17% off of these longer layoffs. The pick 5 pull is quickly growing over $317,000. Get those plays in. First of 11 is in front of us on this Fall Star Saturday.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. They are at the post. They're off. You Make Me Happy comes out for the lead. Morning Cup has early speed. Celluloid Hero is there. And now Roan for the Rose joins them out in the center of the racetrack. Roan for the Rose strides forward to challenge for the lead. Morning Cup is the leader, though. It has it by a half length. Roan for the Rose goes second by a length. You Make Me Happy is third. Celluloid Hero moves up a closer fourth within 2 lengths from the lead, but in tight there. Down toward the rail, Pine Valley stays toward the outside in fifth. 3 from the front. Gap of nearly 3 more back to Bourbon on Fire. Crow's Nest next to last, and Byblader alongside that one. 22.82 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Morning Cup is the leader onto the far turn. Morning Cup by 3/4 of a length. Roan for the Rose second. Pine Valley is third up on the outside, now taking second. A length and a half off the lead, though. Followed closely by Celluloid Hero, then You Make Me Happy. Now, You Make Me Happy has to shift lanes to the center of the track, goes from fifth to third, still 3 from the front, top of the lane, and Morning Cup is the leader a length, followed by Pine Valley second, a length and a half. You Make Me Happy is still back there in third. They're coming to the 8th pole. Morning Cup, shaken up by the rider, leads it by 2 lengths. Pine Valley second by 2, and then You Make Me Happy is third. As they move by the 16th pole, Morning Cup maintains the advantage by 2.5 lengths. Morning Cup with Pine Valley second. Morning Cup in front. Winning it for Tyler Gaffalione. Pine Valley was across the line in second. You Make Me Happy third. Close for fourth, either Bourbon on Fire or Crow's Nest.
Another good price to kick off the day here at Keeneland Racecourse. An 8-1 shot. The number 7 horse Morning Cup, forward position down on the inside, saving ground. Pine Valley had every opportunity, but just not enough horse in the end to reel him in. 7.56 unofficial in the opener.
And we saw speed be pretty strong throughout the day yesterday. This horse finds his way on the lead. A really strong, aggressive ride by Tyler Gaffleone and winds up taking the field gate to wire in the opener and overlay. A nice price if you liked the 7 Morning Cup.
Photo for 4th. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 7, Morning Cup, was first. Number 5, Pine Valley, second. Number 6, You Make Me Happy, was third. Number 2, Crow's Nest, fourth. 7.562 unofficial. Unofficial winner of Keeneland's first race, number 7, Morning Cup, owned and bred in Kentucky by JMJ Racing Stables, LLC, of Dennis Narlinger, trained by Al Stahl Jr. and Tyler Gaffleone, the jockey. Morning Cup, a 3-year-old gelded son of Hard Spun, out of Cafeteria by Elusive Quality. 7 furlongs, fast main track, 125.28. Results official, 7.562. Official for Keeneland's first. Keeneland's second race upcoming. Double pick 3 and early pick 4 wagering here. Scratch the 1, Moral Turpitude. Scratch 3, Magical Loot. Scratch 8, American Maestra. Scratch 13, Tavali. Scratch 15, Her Ladyship. Again, scratch 1, Moral Turpitude. Scratch 3, Magical Loot. Scratch 8, American Maestra. Scratch 13, Tavali. And scratch 15, Her Ladyship. Please note, number 14, California Belle, draws into the race. Third race, jockey for the 1, Social Mandate, will be Francisco Arrieta. Third race, jockey for the 1, Social Mandate, Francisco Arrieta. Fourth race, scratch the 2, Baytown Jagger. That's in the 4th race, scratch the 2, Baytown Jagger. Race 5 has no changes at this time. Fast Track Firm Turf.
Race number 2, start of the early pick 4 here today at Keeneland Racecourse. A couple of scratches, more than a few. In fact, 1, 3, 8, 13, 15 withdrawn from the race. And we're taking a look right now at the horse drawn not furthest to the outside, but almost. That is Humbling, the number 12 horse, a daughter of Quality Road for Brendan Walsh. Tyler Gaffleone looking to sweep the early double. This is a filly that's very well bred. She's a half-sister to Hot Dixie Chick, also a half-sister to the Kentucky Derby winner, and now stallion Always Dreaming. So, Gabby, good family here. She's a daughter of Quality Road. She comes in with a fast gate workout at Churchill Downs. We'll see how she handles this outside post as she sits at 9-2.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate that she does have that outside draw. Sometimes horses can overcome it if they have a little bit of early speed, but we don't really know what she's capable of. Yes, we do see that fast bullet gate drill at Churchill Downs, but still, sometimes it doesn't always, transition over to the afternoon. And yes, she does have a beautiful pedigree, a very productive pedigree, but the mare Above Perfection, she is, I think, 24, 25, so it is an older mare. We'll see how the 12 Humbling does do today, but she does look great in the paddock for Brendan Walsh. As per usual, Brendan's horse is always well turned out.
Second choice in the wagering, just behind the 5, is the 4, Inventing Anna. This is a good magic filly, 2 runs at Colonial on their dirt course, a second and a third. We saw Kelsey Danner with a win yesterday, so we'll see if this filly can run back to either of those 2 races or perhaps take a step forward today.
She won with a big long shot yesterday, I think 17, 18 to 1, Walaka. So starting the meet off in really good fashion. And this horse has the credentials in order to run well today. She sticks at the 6 furlongs, which I think is good. I thought that visually she improved a little bit last time out just because she found herself forwardly placed and in the race. So yes, I think she's headed in the right direction, Scott.
And then go to the 11 horse Affirmative Lady. That is currently sitting at 7-1. Ammo Racing USA, that's the ownership here. This is a group that has a lot of horses throughout the world. Their primary focus, at least to begin with, is international racing, but they've spent a lot of money through the years and now have a string out here in the United States. And they bought this filly as a 2-year-old in training back in April of this year for $400,000. We've seen the Arrogates rolling this year from that penultimate crop of the champion Arrogate. Graham Motion, the conditioner, Johnny Velasquez takes the call. There's a lot of things to like about Affirmative Lady on debut.
I agree. Now, I will say I picked her second, Scott, so I did scratch into her. Originally, my top selection was the 3 Magical Loot. With her out, I scratch into the 11 Affirmative Lady. I don't know what to make of her. Some of her drills at Fair Hill in Maryland are quite good, and she is a daughter of Arrogate. She's out of the mare Stift, who made over $250,000 on the dirt, so you definitely get a dirt pedigree top side and bottom side. We'll see. She, too, has an outside post that she has to overcome. That's what makes these 2-year-old races so intriguing, so difficult sometimes, is that you only have limited information in terms of their workouts on paper and also the pedigree.
Another thing to keep in mind when taking a look at the tote board, and this has become a reality here over the last couple of years with My Racehorse owned horses. Stay Fabulous, the 5 owned in part by MyRacehorse.com and Bloom Racing. These partnerships with so many investors in My Racehorse, they really do swing the tote board in the win pool. So that's a big reason why Stay Fabulous would be sitting at 5-2 right now in the wagering with all of those individuals invested in this filly. We'll see if her price shifts much in the lead up to post time, but that's just something you've got to keep in mind when taking a look at horses with that My Racehorse in the ownership group in part in this situation. So race number 2 coming up in less than 14 minutes. Once again, start of the early pick 4, also begins another double and rolling pick 3 on this Fall Star Saturday at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, the Justify. Maiden special weight 2-year-old filly, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. Scratch the 1, Moral Turpitude. Scratch 3, Magical Lute. Scratch 8, American Maestra. Also scratch 13, Tavali. And scratch 15, Her Ladyship. A reminder, number 14, California Belle, draws into the race. Main track is fast. The turf is listed firm today. Post time at just 6 minutes.
Taking a look at these horses warming up, young horses getting set for the early portion of their careers. And we'll start with the 2-horse Work of Fiction. This filly's attitude, just like the way that she came out and presented herself. Now, she gets an inside post position number 1, which I think collectively we would all say would not be ideal. But some upside here. First of all, the way that she looks, the way that Rusty Arnold has her looking. Also, the fact that she debuted, showed a little bit of speed and then backed up. That speed and fade sort of angle with young horses. Gabby touched on it earlier today. And also the fact that can be viewed as a positive and look for a horse to take a step forward. But also, she debuted on a muddy track. She gets a fast track to work with here this afternoon, and she's not cold on the board. So getting some support, 8-1 right now. Look at the number 2 in a positive view when it comes to this race. Daughter of Good Magic from that first crop, as he has had a nice start to his stud career. Stay Fabulous, the Violence filly for My Racehorse and Bloom Racing, getting a look at the no longer favorite. See, now we've seen this shift away from the 5. She was as low as 5-2, 3-1, now drifting in the wagering. So you've got to keep an eye on the tote board, especially as we get late in these win pools. So drifting a bit, and she is currently right now about 3rd or 4th choice in the play for trainer Steve Asmussen. The number 6 horse, Jersey Pearl. Here's another one that I just like the way that she looks. She's 12-1 right now on the tote board. A B Jersey filly who was debuted on the grass course at Ellis Park. B Jersey, her sire, winner of the Grade 1 Met Mile. So she's got the dirt pedigree, and we'll see how she handles start 2 of her career for Brian Lynch. And he does well, Brian Lynch, her trainer, when going turf to dirt. 18% winners when making that surface switch with horses in their career. And then finally, the number 9 horse, Alexa Lou, for Rock Ridge Racing and Dallas Stewart. Paco Lopez in the saddle. This is Tom Leach's long shot pick of the day. Tom comes with these price horses and oftentimes connects over the course of the spring and fall meets. So 9-1 right now on Tom Leach's play, with the daughter of Speightstown out of the Medaglia d'Oro first dam, Samantha Nicole, getting ready for her debut here in race number 2. Less than 2 minutes away from post time, start of the early pick 4.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Justify. Start of the early pick 4. They are at the post. Alexa Lou, fractious in the gate. Chalky climbs back aboard. Alexa Lou examined and cleared to move back into line. Again, they're at the post. This time they are off. California Belle broke in the air. There goes Inventing Anna and Jersey Pearl. These two come right to the front, and they're going to be joined by Humbling. Humbling moves up in third. Up on the outside, Diva comes away center of the track. In the fourth position, followed closely by Stay Fabulous, who's there in between horses, shifting lanes down to the inside in fifth. Work of Fiction is sixth. Affirmative Lady is seventh. Alexa Lou is eighth. And then Fame Street is back there in ninth, and California Belle, the distant trailer, 22.06 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Inventing Anna, the leader by a length around the far turn, as Jersey Pearl is between horses in second. Humbling is third up on the outside, has lost some ground around the turn, and now a Diva tries to pick up the leaders, tries to find an opening down toward the inside from 4-3 from the front. Inventing Anna has the lead. A Diva comes up the inside. Jersey Pearl down the outside. These three past the eighth pole. Jersey Pearl with a head in front. A Diva still running toward the rail, but still second. It is Jersey Pearl, a 16th to go. A Diva there to her inside. Jersey Pearl in front, though, now has it a length and a half. Jersey Pearl, Giovanni Franco to win it. A Diva second. Late rally from Affirmative Lady to grab third, and Inventing Anna was fourth.
Jersey Pearl taken to the dirt here today off of that turf debut at Ellis Park. She comes from just off the pace and brings another good price home in the early stages of this card. Odds of 12-1 for the daughter of B Jersey.
And she was very professional today. She sat just off the pace. She's got a pedigree to suggest that she would like the dirt today by B Jersey. She's also out of a very precocious family, and she gets her first victory in just her second start.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. 6, Jersey Pearl was first. 7, A Diva was second. 11, Affirmative Lady third. Number 4, Inventing Anna fourth. 6, 7, 11, 4, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the Justify, the official winner, number 6, Jersey Pearl, owned by Silverton Hill, LLC, of Bonnie and Tommy Hamilton, trained by Brian Lynch, Giovanni Franco, the jockey. Jersey Pearl, a 2-year-old filly by B Jersey, out of Jersey, sold by Perfect Soul, bred in Kentucky by Charles Fipke. Keeneland September graduate gets the 6 furlongs in 1 minute 12.4 seconds over the fast main track. 6, 7, 11, 4. The results are official. In the winner's circle, the Justify Trophy presentation. Tegan Tormey, representing Coolmore, presents to the Connections of Jersey Pearl. Keeneland's third race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. A reminder, the jockey for the one social mandate is Francisco Arrieta. That's the one social mandate, Francisco Arrieta. Fourth race, scratch the 2, Baytown Jagger. That's the fourth race, scratch the 2, Baytown Jagger. Race 5, no changes at this time in that fifth race. Main track is fast, turf firm.
Race number 3, 17 minutes to post, less than, as we take a look into the paddock at the number 7 runner in this third race. The number 7, Big Java, who is currently sitting at odds of 9-2. Big Java for Mike Puich gets a little bit better post position, better situation for her overall as far as where she's coming from. She comes out of much tougher races. They tried her in the Washington Oaks up at Emerald Downs. Prior to that, running against first level allowance company over at Churchill Downs. So better scenario for her today from a class level perspective. Giovanni Franco looking for back-to-back on the card as he just sprung that upset in race number 2. So this filly getting some support at odds of 9-2, a daughter of Exaggerator, who's 1 for 6 in her career. The number 5 horse, Mrs. Nushi, is a Mark Valesky filly who is currently sitting at odds of 9-2 on the tote board as well. Now, this is a 3-year-old filly, much like the filly we just discussed, who has 1 win from many. She's 1 for 13. She's been a fairly consistent check getter, and what I mean by that is top 3 finishers. 6 second and third place finishes combined. She comes off of a non-1-2 attempt over at Churchill Downs, where she came from off the pace. She's shown speed in the past, and then recently she's not been as sharp away from the gate. So perhaps Gerardo Corrales can get her a little bit more forward, get her into a better position, which might result in a better finish for the number 5 horse. Again, odds of 9-2. The number 6, Bayshore Foxes for Tom Vanberg, off the 10-month layoff. We'll see how she fares. Tom had one on opening day yesterday, coming off of a long layoff, and the horse actually ended up running pretty well, and I felt that the horses that Tom Vanberg had for this opening weekend should be live. And this is a filly that comes out of a straight $40,000 claimer into a restricted spot, so should be a easier situation for her based on the restriction, and currently at odds of 8-1 right now. I don't think can be tossed out, as well as the cutback in distance I think will help her. So a lot of changes going on for Bayshore Foxes. And then finally we'll move to the outside with the 8 horse Feeling Happy, Jimmy Baker. With this filly, she'll drop in class. She's back in against I should say, non-1-2 company for a tag for the first time. She comes out of that open 40 spot that they tried her in back in mid-September at Churchill. So easier spot. You get Jimmy Graham in the saddle. And she's 7-2, so she's live on the tote board, and that's short enough to make her the second choice in the wagering. The primary money in this spot is going to the outside, Big Java and Feeling Happy, the 7 and the 8 respectively. So another competitive field, wide open event, non-1-2 for 30. Another double starts, another pick 3 begins in the early portion of this 11 race card here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, a $30,000 claiming price, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Jockey for the 1 Social Mandate, Francisco Arrieta. Francisco Arrieta rides the 1 Social Mandate. Double and pick 3 wagering, post time in 6 minutes.
Group is warming up for race number 3. 7 furlongs will be the distance on the Beard course, and Miss Nushi is who we're taking a look at right now. Gabby off of that 3rd place finish at Churchill Downs. It's just I think a question of how quick can she be away from the starting gate. That seems to be the key to this filly.
I totally agree with you. Look at her race back at Ellis in July. She went gate to wire. Just generally speaking, even a race going 7 furlongs back in June at Churchill when she was forwardly placed, she finished a good 3rd. The key to her is being forwardly placed. The distance will help, but I also thought it was just a weird trip that she got last time out. She kind of got shuffled back, tucked in behind horses. She needs to break well, and she needs to be forwardly placed.
Let's go to the 6-horse Bay Shore Foxes. Still a good price of odds of 7-1 for Grit to Glory Racing. Tom Vanberg hasn't been seen in some time, but mentioned this in the pre-race analysis over on the paddock side. Tom had a horse come off of a long layoff yesterday that performed actually pretty well, even though he wasn't very forwardly placed.
And I also think that this is a pretty big class relief from the races that she was running in. Exotic West in the running lines, that's a pretty good filly. You also see Powder River in the running lines, who has been in really good form lately. So even though she is coming off the layoff, I think she can use her speed to her advantage and her class.
And Big Java, the number 7 horse, she continues to be the favorite, very slight favorite as it stands right now with 3 minutes to post. Coming out of those tougher races, this might be the easiest race that she's seen since facing winners.
I really think her success will be contingent on how the pace develops, because I don't think she's going to be that close to the lead. Maybe she will be, but on paper, on the turn back and distance, I think she'll probably be sitting a mid-pack trip. Other speed types in here, the 6 Bayshore Foxes, the 4 Sweet Beauty, even the 2 towards the inside, or even the 1 Social Mandate to the inside. They have some speed, so I really do think her success will depend on how the race develops.
We use this term a lot, but here it's applicable for sure. Wide open race. The shortest payoff as it stands right now would be a roughly $7 winner with the number 7 filly, Big Java, who's on your screen. So take advantage of this betting board. You've got less than 2 minutes to get those plays in.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. They are at the post. And they're off. Bayshore Foxes broke alertly, comes right out for the early lead. Big Java there up toward the outside. Mrs. Nushi up close in between horses. Divine Hope is there and fourth down toward the inside. Bayshore Foxes, though, gets to the front, gets over to the rail, leads at a length. Big Java second by just a half length. Mrs. Nushi third ahead between horses, and there goes Divine Hope trying to find some more room. Moves up against the rail and third within 2 lengths of the lead. Feeling happy out the center of the track. Moves from 5th to 4th, also within 2 lengths of the lead now, heading to the far turn. Social Mandate is near the back of the pack, along with Jamaican Bourbon and Sweet Beauty. Trails opening quarter 23.37 seconds. Bayshore Foxes the leader. Bayshore Foxes leads at 3/4 of a length. Big Java Feeling Happy stack up to the outside. Top three separated by a length around the far turn. Then a gap of 4 more lengths back to Divine Hope, who has lost contact with the top group, is still in fourth, though, as they come for the top of the stretch. Bayshore Foxes, 1/4 mile to go, leads at a length and a half, and here comes Feeling Happy now. Feeling Happy makes a more serious bid for the lead. Big Java drops back into third. It is Feeling Happy who moves up and takes the lead from Bayshore Foxes. Big Java tries to rally back between horses to challenge for second. Further back, Divine Hope is in fourth, but it is Feeling Happy. James Graham, 16th to go with a 4-length lead, and Feeling Happy will win it. The battle will be for second. Feeling Happy has this one wrapped up. It's going to be Feeling Happy in front, Big Java second, and then further back, Divine Hope was home third.
Feeling Happy, carrying that momentum, swinging off the turn, and utilizes that to come from off the pace and win this one pretty convincingly in the end. Jimmy Baker, Jimmy Graham, daughter of Run Happy, striking in race number 3 at odds of 3 to 1.
And this is a filly that's pretty much been competing against straight 3-year-olds. This was the first time going against older company today, and she won it really impressively. Perhaps she just needed her last race, but she's back into the winner's circle for her second career start. Goes off at odds of 3 to 1. Feeling Happy with the win.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 8, Feeling Happy first. Number 7, Big Java was second. Number 3, Divine Hope third. Number 6, Bayshore Foxes fourth. 8-7-3-6 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, unofficial winner number 8, Feeling Happy, owned by the Maya Comet Farm of breeder William Harrigan, trained by Jimmy Baker, James Graham, the winning jockey. Feeling Happy, a 3-year-old Run Happy filly out of Breathtaking by Mineshaft, covers the 7 furlongs in 1 minute 25.28 seconds. The results are now official. 8-7-3-6, the official results. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratched the 2, Baytown Jagger. Number 2, Baytown Jagger scratched. No changes in the fifth race. Looking ahead to race 6, the Woodford, presented by FanDuel. A reminder, the jockey for the 2, Bad Beat Brian, Jareth Loveberry. That's the 6th race, the jockey for number 2, Bad Beat Brian, Jareth Loveberry. Fast track, firm turf. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to the walking ring, where Keeneland is proud to recognize the meet leaders from the 2022 Spring Race Meet. Keeneland President and CEO Shannon Arvin presents to leading owner Stone Street Stables. Stone Street had 5 wins during last spring's race meet, highlighted by Ruthen's victory in the TVG Limestone Stakes and Campanelli's triumph in the Giants Causeway Stakes. This is the first Keeneland leading owner title for Stone Street Stables. Keeneland Vice President of Racing Gatewood Bell presents to leading trainer Wesley Ward. Ward recorded 13 wins in the spring, including 3 stakes races, highlighted by Golden Pal's authoritative win in the Grade 2 Shakertown. Ward has dominated the spring meet in recent years, topping the trainer standings each year since 2017.
The speed and agility.
Keeneland Racing Secretary Ben Huffman presents to leading jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Gaffalione led all riders with 19 wins last spring, taking victories in 2 stakes races aboard Spinderella in the Grade 2 Appalachian and Prevalence in the Grade 3 Commonwealth. This is the 5th leading jockey title for Tyler Gaffalione. Please join Keeneland in congratulating the leading connections of the 2022 Spring Race Meet.
Race number 4, 2-year-olds will be sprinting 6 furlongs. This is a first-level allowance condition for 2-year-olds at this time of the year, and opportunities for those that have won races to move on to that next level without having to face against Stakes Company. And Tap in formation, no surprise, even money right now. This is a son of Tapiture, a Keeneland graduate from the 2021 September sale, purchased for $145,000, that put together a very strong effort, beat what was thought to be perhaps Brad Cox's best 2-year-old at the time in that race at Ellis Park, the sibling to Derby winner Mandaloon, but he beats him on the square, did so at 3-1, and more impressively, the final time, 1:10-4, serious time for a 2-year-old going 3/4 on debut.
Yes, Scott, it definitely was. This horse just has so much natural ability, so much natural speed to pretty much clear the field from an outside post position and take him all the way to win in his debut. And today, I think when you look at the competition, Hurricane J posted just to his inside. He has a little bit of speed, especially with the blinkers going on, but this horse, the way in which he won and the final time, he just seems like he might be the best in this field. And Wayne Catalano has found a really manageable group going against winners for the first time.
I know a lot will look at the 3 as the main foe to the favorite, which we'll touch on in a bit, but I would gravitated towards the 5 as my second choice, and that's where we'll move to. Son of Street Sense, getting off the turf back on the main track. That's the idea here, Gabby, with this Son of Street Sense. A Keeneland graduate who's made over $100,000, not bad for a $20,000 purchase. So back on the main track and drawn to the outside of the favorites. Hopefully Jack Gilligan can stay within reach of the favorite.
His dirt races are okay. I do like the transition coming back to the main track. They tried the turf and unfortunately had to go against Stakes Company in those races. It's turf sprint races. Allowance fields for 2-year-olds, they just don't happen. So sometimes you really have to, your hand is forced in where you can run horses in their 2-year-old season once they break their maiden. I do think that this is a much better spot for him, and we'll see what kind of trip he gets. I think he might have to chase the likes of the 4 Tap in formation, though.
The number 3 horse, Hurricane J, he is the second choice for Ammo Racing USA, Paulo Lobo, colt by Nyquist. Now, he won on debut on the exact same day as the favorite Tap in formation, but to lend perspective, you look at the final time, a second plus slower than the favorite, and that would mean close to 10 lengths in difference if they were competing in the same race. So that's how much separation there appears to be between these top 2 in the wagering.
at least on that day. But you and I both know, Scott, that horses, especially 2-year-olds, they can change so much from race to race, from day to day. So we don't know. Maybe tap information will regress a little bit, and maybe Hurricane J will take another step forward. You never know with these 2-year-old races. But I did like the grit that this horse showed in his debut. I'm interested to see the fact the blinkers go on him here today. Sometimes it's an unusual approach after a win, but I'm going to speak to Paul Lobo in just a minute to kind of get more information on that. But I just liked how he won. He was tested, and he prevailed.
Prove right, the number 1 horse, 7-1, tough draw, but he's shown some gate speed. That's what he's going to have to do from there. And this is a colt that's already a success story. These connections, Jimmy Chapman and Stuart Sugimoto purchased him as a yearling for $15,000 last year at the Keeneland September sale, and he won second time out in one of those high dollar maiden special weights at Churchill Downs. His earnings over $70,000. So they are way in the black on their investment with this colt by Justify.
Yeah, they've done a really good job with this horse and picking out spots and just having success with him thus far. Unfortunately, Scott, though, I do think you're right in that the best case for him is to maybe go from the rail. But there are faster horses. I think speed comes easier to horses to his outside. So he might be caught in just a tricky position having drawn the rail today.
Good group of 2-year-olds. Tap in formation. Will he live up to the hype here today? We'll find out in less than 13 minutes. Just waiting for the Riders Up call for the 4th event here at Keeneland on this Fall Star Saturday.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 4th race, the DeMarchelier allowance optional claiming race for a price of $100,000. 2-year-old 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch 2 Baytown Jagger. 2 Baytown Jagger scratched. Post time, 6 minutes away.
Taking a look at the number 6 horse, Gold Luck for Gennaro Garcia. Claimed last time out for $50,000. He's actually in for the $100,000 tag with Edgar Morales, but he's a nice-looking chestnut son of Golden Sense. He's 7-1. There's not a single double-digit price from the win wagering in here, which is really not normal, but it's not the biggest field, and you've got this 3-5 favorite playing into that as well. But from a looks perspective, Good Luck looks like he's a horse that may turn out to be a nice claim for these connections.
Yeah, it might be. And Scott, I think what makes this race so interesting is that 3 horses are coming into the race off of victories last time out. They just broke their maiden, and sometimes that can be the toughest transition for horses, going from a maiden breaking score to facing winners for the first time. This horse does look really racy on the track today, though.
He's 7-1. There's the number 3 horse, Hurricane J for Ammo Racing. Coming out of that maiden win on the same day at Ellis Park that we talked about, colt by Nyquist, another Keeneland September graduate.
Okay, so you talked about the final time.
Yes.
You said that it would equate to about 10 lengths.
Close to, right?
Yeah.
5 per second, you would say 5 lengths, right?
So I agree with you. Paulo Lobo, though, said he did not expect this horse to win first time out. He was not 100%. They put the blinkers on him because he lost focus throughout that race as well. Joe Talamo came back after the race and suggested putting the blinkers on him today. So does that change your opinion of the horse, knowing that Paulo said that he was not at 100%?
Yeah, it does. And another aspect of it, too, is you run with the competition. And obviously, the favorite tap in formation was running with a very fast 2-year-old of Brad Cox's, the brother to Mandaloon. So that's going to aid in a quicker time. So he didn't have the same sort of competition to push him along, because that's what happens in these races. So, yeah, that is a fair point. And he's second choice, as he probably should be in this race. Another one that looked solid out there, Western Gent on the outside, or Ghent, a colt by American Pharaoh for the coach, D. Wayne Lucas. Caught a sloppy track last time out. That was in the grade 1 Hopeful. Obviously, far cry from the competition that he's facing today. Forte won that race. Forte will be one of the favorites in the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity later on today. But it's the coach, and for the coach to get Flavien Prat, that's saying something, right? For Prat to take this call?
I don't think so. If you have the opportunity to ride for the coach, you're going to take it, right?
Me, personally, I don't think I could make weight. Closing in on post time, race number 4, 2 minutes to post.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race, the de Marchelier.
Hey, my man. How's everything? Man.
They are at the post. And they're off. Gold Luck bounds right into stride. There's Hurricane J a step quicker. Hurricane J comes to the front to take the lead by just a head. Got plenty of company on the front end. Tap and Formation is going to move up. Western Ghent far outside. Jeremy's Jet now taking third as they head up the backstretch. Top 2 on even terms, though. Hurricane J to the inside now does put ahead in front as they enter the far turn. Tap and Formation right alongside in second a length. Jeremy's Jet third a length. Western Ghent is fourth and caught wide onto the far turn. And then further back, Gold Luck, who broke well, settles back toward the inside. 4 lengths from the lead, then a gap of 6 more back to Prove Right, who is last. Coming to the quarter pole. Tap in Formation puts ahead in front. Hurricane J right there to the inside, though. Western Ghent has to go wide. Gold Luck looks to the inside. Jeremy's Jet between that pair. 3 from the front. They turn for home. Tap in Formation and Hurricane J going at it. Jeremy's Jet is in third. 8th pole. Hurricane J the leader. Hurricane J leads it by a length and a half now. Tap in Formation. Prove Right comes late third down the center of the track. But Hurricane J is in front. 16th to go. 5-length lead. Back to Prove Right. Hurricane J and Joe Talamo to win it. Hurricane J on top. Prove Right was second. Western Ghent was third. Tap in Formation was fourth.
Well, Well, the favorite does not live up to the hype based on his debut performance. He backs down from Hurricane J, who down on the inside just keeps after it and pulls off this win very nicely here today. The son of Nyquist for Ammo Racing USA.
Yeah, Paulo Lobo saying that he might have not had him at 100% fitness first time out, but he still won regardless of that. He definitely had him fit and ready today, went to the lead, never looked back under jockey Joe Talamo. Hurricane J with the victory.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. Number 3, Hurricane J was first. Number 1, Prove Right was second. Number 7, Western Ghent was third. The 4, Tap in Formation, fourth. 3174, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the DeMarchelier, the unofficial winner, number 3, Hurricane J, owned by Ammo Racing USA of Kiavish Jarabchin, trained by Paulo Lobo, Joe Talamo, the jockey, and the results are now official. Hurricane J, a 2-year-old son of Nyquist out of Pantanal by Congrats, bred in Kentucky by Haymarket Farm, LLC. Keeneland September graduate gets 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 12.01 seconds. Results are official for the fourth race, 3174, the official results. The DeMarchelier Trophy presentation made by Robbie Hertzel on behalf of Claiborne to the connections of Hurricane J. Race 5 coming up. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6. with that $33,000 carryover. Main track fast, turf is firm, temporary rail is down today for the turf course. There are no changes to report in race 5. Looking ahead to the 6th race, the Woodford, presented by FanDuel. A reminder, the jockey for the 2, Bad Beat Brian, Jareth Loveberry. That's the 2, Bad Beat Brian, Jareth Loveberry. Race 7, the Thoroughbred Club of America, scratch the 4, Caribbean Caper. Again, scratch 4, Caribbean Caper. Race 8, the First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare. No changes in that 8th race. Race number 9, Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, scratch 4, Confidence Game, and scratch 16, Gentong. Again, scratch 4, Confidence Game, and scratch 16, Gentong. A reminder, number 15, Carmel Road, draws into the race, jockey Gerardo Corrales. 15, Carmel Road, draws into the race, the jockey Gerardo Corrales. 10th race, Coolmore Turf Mile. Scratch the 2, Smooth Like Straight. Scratch the 11, Emirati. Also scratch 14, Dark Shift, 15, Natural Power, 16, Grays Creek. That's in the 10th race. Scratch the 2, Smooth Like Straight. Scratch the 11, Emirati. Also scratch 14, 15, and 16. A reminder, number 13, Atone, draws into the race. And checking that 11th and final event, a reminder, in race 11, scratch 5, Boko. 11th race, scratch the 5, Boko. Fast track, firm turf.
Race number 5, they are in the paddock waiting to be saddled up. Starts the pick 6, does this 5th event with those 5 stakes races still to come on Fall Stars Saturday. There's the favorite, the 4, Gulfstream Way for Genstar Thoroughbreds and Chris Hartman. I mean, this horse has just not run a bad race in his last, call it 7. And all of those equaling either wins, seconds, or third place finishes. Gabby cuts back in distance, which I think is a plus. I think a perfect post position number 4 in this 7 furlong dash out of the chutes. I really like this horse, and 5 to 2 is not a bad price at all.
I think one of 2 scenarios can happen. This horse goes to the lead and takes them gate to wire, or the 1, Implementation, shows a little bit of speed. First time for trainer Wesley Ward on the rail, and these 2 either, hook up on the front end, or maybe Gulfstream Way finds himself chasing a little bit. But he is the true, I think, dirt sprinter in this race, and you can't go against his form. You can't say anything bad about his form this season coming into the race.
Implementation, you mentioned the 1. He's 8-1 right now. Wesley Ward, Johnny Velasquez, cold on the tote board. But this is something new for him. This is a 3-year-old son of Constitution who has never run on dirt, which is not the norm when you look at pedigrees like this, because he started off his career over in France in all-weather races and then turf races, and then the 2 races here this year for him in the United States have come on grass. So this is just a complete and utter change for Implementation. And also, on top of that, he's been gelded since his last race.
Exactly. They've made some changes with him, including that and including the surface change. But he is an A other than horse, Scott. And, I think it's interesting that the Connections decided to run him in all those group races, the Grade 1 Belmont Derby 2 starts back, considering that he is still eligible for this A other than. So I think it's a class relief first and foremost, and I'm really curious to see this horse on the dirt given his pedigree.
Osborne, the 12, Ron Marquette, sends this son of Tapiture postward here this afternoon. He's only had 1 start at Keeneland, and that was over a wet, fast surface back in the spring at the early portion of that springtime meeting. Tyler Gaffleone is familiar with this gelding. He should be laying off the pace if he stays true to form and trying to make a run at him late.
When he broke his maiden, I thought it was a good race because he was in the thick of it early. He was on the lead. He was dueling throughout. But Scott, his last 2 races, he's had to close from off the pace with quick fractions posted in front of him. And given the post position, I think he's going to be in a similar position, and he'll have to close. And when he's in that position, I don't see that follow through from him. I just think he's a better horse when he can sit a closer trip. And with the post, I don't know if he can find himself in that position.
Embrace the 11 is where we'll end this conversation on the paddock side. There he is in the all-weather stall, son of Blame. Broke his maiden up at Belterra, shipping up there to find some low-hanging fruit. They got it, and then they follow up with an A other than try at Churchill Downs, which I don't think was bad. I mean, he was coming on, going 6 furlongs, and again, if the 7 furlongs suits him, which it looks like it should, he should be a player trying to get onto the scene late.
I just think this is a very tough race, but look, you got to be in it to win it. His lone victory came on a sloppy track surface that he's bred to love. His Tomlinson wet number is 418, so he would have loved the surface that day. So yeah, he definitely has to step it up in order to be competitive against this group, but who's to say he can't?
Once again, pick 6 starts here, race number 6 on Fall Stars Saturday. And we look forward, race number 5 rather starts the pick 6, and then race number 6 will get into that all stakes pick 5, which begins with the Woodford Stakes presented by FanDuel. But first, race number 5 in less than 15.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the American Pharoah, 7 furlongs, in this allowance for 3-year-olds and up. The American Pharoah Julep Cup Fast Track Firm Turf today, start of the Pick 6, $33,000 carryover. Double and Pick 3 wagering also featured here. No changes in race 5, post time in 6 minutes.
Here's a look at the one-horse implementation. That Son of Constitution trying dirt for the first time. 8-1 right now on the tote board. What did Wesley Ward have to say about this now gelding?
He said he's been working really well on the main track, so they decided to give him a go on the main track. And then I asked him, too, do you think that this horse is going to be on the lead? What do you think in terms of his speed? And he said, well, when Johnny's aboard, that's usually the plan. So I was just trying to read in between the lines, and I think this horse will likely be on the lead today. And, you know, whether or not he's faster than the 4, I don't know. He could be in a tricky position there.
The number 2 horse, 21-1, I don't think tells the story of what this gelding can do here today. Jonathan Thomas has had this 4-year-old under his care over the course of the last 3 starts. Luis Saez takes the call. He looks good, and I think the cutback to 7 furlongs might be something that unlocks a better performance here today than what is expected based on his wagering.
It was also a fast pace that he was involved in last time out. It was a tale of 2 very different trips. If you look at his last race and his race 2 starts back, I think he's probably best when he can sit just off the pace, and he could find himself in that position today.
How about the action the 6 is taking? Ben Diesel, 4-1 right now. That is a short enough price to make him the 3rd choice. Hasn't raced in 5 months. He's never gone this short. He's done nothing but route over the course of his career. He's got big size to him, and I'm sure that's why they never tried him at a route of ground. But he's getting plenty of play from a win pool wagering perspective.
I wanted to focus on him, Scott, because he was the horse that really stood out to me in the paddock. Sometimes you just see horses presenting themselves in a specific way with a lot of confidence, and that's what I've seen from him in the paddock. And then also on trackside, he's well conditioned, he looks fit, he looks like he's held his condition, but it's more so about his demeanor today.
And look at the horses that have beat him in his last 6 races. Jack Christopher, Cyberknife, Unoho, Newgrange, Dash Attack, Smile Happy. He's been in the deep end of the pool for quite some time. That's the 6, Ben Diesel. And then the 7 horse Button Boy Clocker report pick from today at Keeneland this morning, in case you missed it. Son of Flincher, whose only win has come on the main track here at Keeneland Racecourse. Obviously, the pedigree would have suggested turf, but it's not worked out that way. Now he gets onto the main track for just the 2nd time in his career.
If you look at him physically, though, he does not look like a turf sprinter. I understand trying it because of the pedigree, but this is a horse that I think might even want a little bit longer of a distance, but 7 furlongs on the main track could be suitable for him, but he just has so much size to him.
Getting set to start the pick 6. It's race 5 at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the American Pharoah Julep Cup, start of the Pick 6. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Gulfstream Way. Gulfstream Way is right out for the early lead, but here comes Implementation down to the inside. Osborne up close on the far outside. Ben Diesel is right there toward the center of the track, and also Zap Motion as they head up the back stretch. Implementation moves up the rail and has the lead now. Zap Motion goes to second. Gulfstream Way fights back from the outside. Those three separated by a half length. Ben Diesel tries to join them from fourth. Button Boy is fifth. Osborne far outside is in sixth, heading onto the far turn. Carmelito down to the inside is in seventh position, and then Hippodrome is racing in eighth. Seal Beach is ninth between horses. Embrace is 10th. Malibu Mike, and then St. Andrews, who moves up one spot from last. 22.71 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Implementation the leader. Zap Motion, Gulfstream Way, they line up to the outside, and Ben Diesel is fourth. Center of the track, top four start to move in a line across the racetrack. Top of the stretch, Button Boy is behind them in fifth position. Then Hippodrome, Osborne, center of the track. Button Boy has to swing toward the outside. It is wide open coming to the eighth pole. Here's Ben Diesel up to challenge Gulfstream Way. Button Boy, Osborne. Button Boy and Osborne moving as a team on the outside, but running out of time here. Gulfstream Way short lead. Ben Diesel is right there. Embrace is coming fast on the far outside. Down to the wire. Here's the line. Multiple horse photo for the win. Embrace might have got his head in front with that late rally.
It does appear that Embrace did, in fact, get up just in time. There was a quick pace out in front of him. He comes wide off the turn and straightens for home and is able to take dead aim on those in front of him. And they weren't exactly slowing down, Gabby. These were some game horses out in front of him. It is a photo on the board, but it does appear as though Embrace, the 11 under Joel Rosario, gets up in the shadow of the wire.
It took every inch of the stretch for this horse to get up. I don't even know where he came from. I think he came from last and had to circle the entire field. Really game horses down on the inside, and Ben Diesel and Gulfstream Way. They were dueling on the front end and a knockdown drag-out fight coming down the stretch. But in the end, I think the 11 Embrace gets up for the victory.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race. 11 Embrace finished first. 6 Ben Diesel second. The 4 Gulfstream Way third. Number 8 Seal Beach fourth. 11-6, 4-8. Unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the American Pharoah Julep Cup, unofficial winner number 11 Embrace, owned by Deborah Hancock, who bred the winner in Kentucky, trained by Tom Drury, Joel Rosario, the jockey. Embrace, the 3-year-old son of Blame, out of Miss Tattletale by Tail of the Cat. 1 minute 24.23 seconds for 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Results still unofficial. And now it is official for race 5, 11.648, the official results for Keeneland's fifth. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Adrian Wallace, representing Coolmore, makes the presentation of the trophy for the American Pharoah purse to the connections of Embrace. Race 6 on the way. Woodford presented by FanDuel, double, pick 3, all stakes pick 5, and start of the Keeneland Turf, pick 3. Turf is firm, temporary rail is down today. Jockey for the 2, Bad Beat Brian, Jareth Loveberry. 2, Bad Beat Brian, Jareth Loveberry. Looking ahead to race 7, scratch the 4, Caribbean Caper. 7th race, scratch the 4, Caribbean Caper. No changes in race 8. 9th race, scratch the 4, Confidence Game, and scratch the 12, Jin Tong. 9th race, scratch the 4, Confidence Game, and scratch number 16, Jin Tong. A reminder, 15 draws into the race. Carmel Road, 15 draws into that race. Gerardo Corrales will be the jockey. 10th race, scratch the 2, Smooth Like Straight. Scratch 11, Emirati. Scratch the 14, 15, and 16. 10th race, scratch the 2, Smooth Like Straight. Scratch the 11, Emirati. Scratch 14, 15, and 16. A reminder, 13 a tone draws into the race. 13 a tone draws into that race. 11th and final race, scratch 5, Boko. 11th and final race, scratch 5, Boko. Fast track, firm turf.
First of 5 graded stakes races on this Fall Star Saturday, starting with the Woodford Stakes presented by FanDuel. And by far what is going to be the shortest price we see this afternoon and maybe this entire meet. Golden Pal sits at 1-9. He's unbeaten here at Keeneland. He's won a Breeders' Cup race here at Keeneland. We saw him put together one of the most impressive turf sprints in recent history this past spring over good listed ground in the Grade 2 Shakertown with internal fractions which just don't look realistic, and he won that race by 4 3/4. He's since bounced back from that disappointing run in the Group 1 King Stan at Royal Ascot with a win in the Grade 3 Troy. This race goes through him, Gabby Gaudet. This is his home turf, and this is his game, these turf sprints.
You're totally right, Scott. I mean, this horse has brilliant speed coming out of the starting gate. When he won the Shakertown last year, I agree with you. You don't see that. A 20-4 opening quarter over a good turf course here at Keeneland. Again, he has brilliant speed. Now, he didn't get away well at Royal Ascot. I read Ortiz Jr. saying, what he did say when he was in the stalls, that he just was kind of looking away and he didn't get out of the gate. But at Saratoga, too, Scott, he did not get away from the gate too well either, and sometimes this can be a little bit of a bad habit that horses can get into. I don't anticipate that happening again today, but it is something to consider. I just think he's better than these. I think if he gets out of the gate, he's gone.
I don't disagree, and that's why he's 1-9, and most feel the exact same way that you do. Let's talk about some others in here, though, starting next with Catamosto on the outside. DJ Stable, Mark Cassie looking for a second graded stakes win this opening weekend at Keeneland. 14-1 on the son of None Neber. Previously with Joseph O'Brien, recently second at Saratoga. The outside draw might move him forward. He drew post 1 in his U.S. debut, so getting to the outside could be a plus for this son of None Neber.
And just the experience over, a North American track in a turf sprint like Saratoga. I mean, when you look at some of the sprint races overseas at the Curragh, at Newmarket and Ascot, it's just a completely different experience. I think that will help him move forward, and if he moves forward, I definitely think that this is a horse that could hit the board.
Bad Beat Brian is 27-1. He's been a consistent sprinter on the grass in recent history, 7-time winner from 27 starts. He won a third level allowance race at Kentucky Downs. But obviously for all of these horses, this is different level with Golden Pal, but you've got to respect him in here because he's definitely capable of hitting the board at a big price.
I think so too, and this is the only way you're going to make any money in a race like this. When you have a 1-5 favorite, you try to look for an alternative for the exacta, or a horse to use in the exacta to make some money. And that horse is the 2, Bad Beat Brian, for me. He managed to stretch out his speed to 6.5 furlongs at Kentucky Downs, which I think plays more to a mile than a traditional turf sprint. So I don't think he's going to be in that chasing position. If you look at his 5.5 furlong turf sprint, Scott, he closes from off of it, and I don't want a horse that's going to chase Golden Pal. I want a horse that's going to close against Golden Pal.
Somebody has to be second choice, and that horse is Artemis City Limits, and if Golden Pal doesn't break sharp, he's likely the one to make the lead, correct?
I would agree with that statement. Yes, he will. He managed to clear the field last time out at Kentucky Downs from post 11, and he opened up on the field by 2 lengths. So he does have a lot of speed, but like you said, if Golden Pal breaks, he'll be chasing him or in that precarious position of pressing him, and that's not a good position for anybody.
A lot of beginnings here with the Woodford Stakes presented by FanDuel. It begins the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. It begins the All Stakes Pick 5, and it begins the stakes action on Fall Star Saturday with one of the biggest stars of the weekend, Golden Pal, looking for his 4th win in his 4th run over this Keeneland turf course.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, 26th running of the Woodford, presented by FanDuel, a Grade 2 stakes for 3-year-olds and up, 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf. Temporary rail is down today. Double and Pick 3 wagering, start of the All Stakes Pick 5, also start of that Keeneland Turf Pick 3, made up of races 6, 8, and 10. Jockey for the 2, Bad Beat Brian, Jareth Loveberry. 2, Bad Beat Brian, jockey, Jareth Loveberry. Less than 5 minutes to post. Let's meet the starters for the Woodford, presented by FanDuel, number 1 County Final, owned by West Point Thoroughbreds LLC of Terry Finley, owned also by William Sandbrook and Anna Marie Shannon. Steve Asmussen trains. Ricardo Santana Jr. is the jockey. 2 is Bad Beat Brian, owned by Marasico Brothers Racing of Jonathan Lewis Jr., Lewis III, and Michael, trained by Brittany Vandenberg. Jareth Loveberry is the jockey. 3 All in Sync, races for Ed and Susie Orr, trainer Steve Asmussen, jockey Florent Giroux. 4 Golden Pal, owned by Mrs. John Magner, owned also by Michael Tabor, Derek Smith, and Westerberg Limited of Michael Kustner, trained by Wesley Ward. Irad Ortiz Jr. is up. Gear Jockey, number 5, owned by the Calumet Farm of Brad Kelly, trained by Rusty Arnold, jockey Luis Saez. 6 Oceanic, owned by Surfside Stables LLC of Debbie Apple, trained by Jordan Blair. Julian Leperoux will ride. Artemis City Limits, number 7, races for Paradise Farms Corporation of Peter Procia, David Stodiker, and Michael Dubb as well. Michael Maker is the trainer, and Tyler Gaffalione the jockey. Charcoal, number 8, owned by Ron Dowdy, trained by Tracy Wisner. Rafael Bejarano is up. Number 9, Catamosto, owned by the DJ Stable LLC of Leonard Green, trained by Mark Cassie, the jockey Flavian Pratt. Less than 3 minutes to post.
Just about showtime for Golden Pal here in the Woodford Stakes, presented by FanDuel. 1-4 right now on the tote board, and 3 for 3 so far. He's just such a easy horse to get behind, given how easy he makes these turf sprints look, and Irad knows exactly how to get it done with him, especially here in the U.S.
I talked to Wesley Ward a little bit earlier, and just to kind of get a gauge on how he's feeling with this horse running today, and he was just lighting up. He was so thrilled at how this horse has been training. He kept on saying, he's doing so well, he's doing so well. So there's a lot of confidence in the camp of Wesley Ward, and rightly so. And looking at him on track, Scott, he just holds such great condition. He's fit, but he has good condition. On top of that, he's revved up. He was popping up on his back legs when he came out to the racetrack. He's a fun horse to watch because he knows it's game time.
Gear Jockey was certainly feeling good on the other side. He was getting a bit studdish as he was on the paddock side, and his son of Twirling Candy, he's 1 for 4 at Keeneland, but he's been a consistent turf sprinter for Rusty Arnold and Calumet for some years.
He has, but I know he was acting like that, Scott, but I actually really like how he looks today. He's tried to defeat Golden Pal twice before in the past and hasn't been able to. I know his race in the Grade 1 Jaipur wasn't great, but I just think he looks like the time off has done him really well.
Oceanic, the 6, 13-1. Jordan Blair, his trainer, just telling me they would not be here if they didn't think that this son of Constitution had an opportunity to win this race. He says there's plenty of speed to set things up, find the pocket, find a seam, and hope for the best as we see the Pick 5 pool, All Stakes Pick 5 pool, go over $1 million on Fall Star Saturday.
Oceanic, Scott, he was one of the more impressive horses that I saw walk out to the track. I think this horse is going to outrun his odds today.
The Grade 2 Woodford Stakes, presented by FanDuel, is right now.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, 26th running of the Woodford, presented by FanDuel, Grade 2. Start of the All Stakes Pick 5, start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3.
Thank you for your participation.
At the post. Off in the Woodford, presented by FanDuel. Golden Pal, Gear Jockey come out together, and Golden Pal slides down toward the rail and has the lead by a length. Gear Jockey will go second. Artemis City Limits is away running in third. Catamosto fourth, out in the center of the course. Bad Beat Bryant is fifth down toward the inside. Charcoal is in sixth. County Final is seventh. Oceanic is eighth. All in sync, last of the 9. 21.25 seconds for the opening quarter. Golden Pal the leader. Midway on the final turn, Golden Pal leads it by a length. Gear Jockey second a length. Artemis City Limits third by 2 lengths. Bad Beat Bryant is in fourth position. Oceanic has to go wide, nearly 10 from the front, back in fifth. They turn for home. Golden Pal the leader. Golden Pal leading Gear Jockey, leads it by 3 lengths. And then Artemis City Limits is third. Charcoal is fourth down toward the inside. Bad Beat Bryant next toward the outside. They're all behind Golden Pal. Golden Pal a 3-length lead, final 16th. Golden Pal in front. Late charge from Artemis City Limits. Golden Pal wins it. Close for second. Either Oceanic with a late run down the outside or Artemis City Limits for that runner-up spot. 101.39. That is a stakes record.
And he's still yet to lose here at Keeneland. 4 for 4 on the turf course at Keeneland Racecourse. He disposes of Gear Jockey at the top of the stretch. Then they try to come to him, but he maintains the advantage and makes it look easy yet again here at Keeneland Racecourse.
Yeah, it's absolutely effortless for this horse. It took him a couple of strides immediately coming out of the gate to establish that front-running position, and you knew it was just all done from there. You saw a couple of horses try to engage him, try to close, but he's just too good. A new stakes record for Golden Pal. His brilliance on full display today.
Photo for play, sold all tickets. On the turf course, the unofficial winner of race 6, the Woodford, presented by FanDuel, Golden Pal, number 4. Owned by Mrs. John Magner, owned also by Michael Tabor, Derek Smith, and Westerberg Limited of Michael Kussner, trained by Wesley Ward, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. Uncle Mo, the sire of this 4-year-old colt, out of Lady Shipman by Midshipman, bred in Florida by Randall Lowe. 1 minute, 1.39 seconds. That's the stakes record for the Woodford, presented by FanDuel. Number 6, Oceanic, was second. The 7, Artemis City Limits, third. And then a dead heat for fourth. The 2, Bad Beat Brian, and the 5, Gear Jockey, dead heat for fourth. Results of race 6 official, 4-6-7, and then 2-5 in that dead heat for fourth. Those results official for Keeneland's 6th race. Presenting the trophy for the Woodford, presented by FanDuel, Scott Hazelton presents to the connections of Golden Pal. He'll be speaking with those connections very shortly.
Well, Golden Pal remains perfect here at Keeneland on this turf course, taking the Woodford, presented by FanDuel, Wesley Ward, and Irad Ortiz Jr. He just makes it look so easy. How easy is it to ride this horse?
He's a fast horse. He's an amazing horse. He some talent. He's something else, and I'm just happy to be on it. Thanks, Wesley. Thanks, the owners, Coolmore, Randy, everybody involved, and thanks for letting me ride this kind of horse. He loves this track. It's home for him.
Well done, Irad.
Thank you.
Wesley, I feel like we're running out of things to say about Golden Pal. You've said that he's the best horse that you've ever trained. How impressed were you by this performance in the Woodford, presented by FanDuel?
He's, every time he runs, you get kind of nervous because he's so exceptional. But we're real excited now to get onto the Breeders' Cup. We got our prep into us here on his home track at Keeneland, and 28 days from today, we'll be ready to roll.
How is he so fast away from the gate? What allows for him to make it look so effortless when they leave the starting gate?
It's just like any other great athlete in any sport. I mean, he's just, of all the horses I've ever trained, and fast ones, I mean, he's just unbelievable. Just extreme talent. His athleticism he has, he's just like a cat when he moves for such a big colt. And he's just really got a brilliant mind to him, too, as well. I really look forward to what he's going to be as a stallion, because, I mean, he's so smart in the barn and be around. He's so quick and agile. I really look forward to him, to his babies here.
We can't wait to see that. We can't wait to get an opportunity to see him again on this turf course come Breeders' Cup time, as he seeks his 3rd win in a Breeders' Cup. But well done in the Woodford, presented by FanDuel, for Golden Pal.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming. Thoroughbred Club of America. This will start the All-Stakes Pick 4. Double and Pick 3 wagering also offered here. A reminder, scratch 4, Caribbean Caper. Again, scratch 4, Caribbean Caper. No changes in the 8th race. In race 9, scratch the 4, Confidence Game. Scratch the 16, Jin Tong. Ninth race, scratch the 4 Confidence Game, also scratch 16 Jin Tong. A reminder, number 15, Carmel Road, draws into the race. Gerardo Corrales, the jockey. 15, Carmel Road draws in. The jockey, Gerardo Corrales. 10th race, scratch the 2, Smooth Like Straight. Scratch 11, Emirati. And scratch 14, 15, and 16. That's the 10th race, scratch 2, Smooth Like Straight. Scratch 11, Emirati. Scratch 14, 15, and 16. A reminder, number 13, Atone, draws into the race. 11th and final event, scratch the 5, Boko. 11th race, scratch the 5, Boko. Fast Track Firm Turf.
As an owner, I love the Breeders' Cup winning your in-series.
To win one of these challenge series is a way that we kind of map out our schedule throughout the year with our horses.
So if we're considering 2 different races and one was a win and you're in and one was a not, then I think that would be the tiebreaker for us.
Automatic berth takes a lot of pressure off. Breeders' Cup Challenge, win, and you're in.
Race number 7 starts the All Stakes Pick 4 here on Fall Star Saturday. This is the Thoroughbred Club of America Stakes. Grade 2 company, fillies and mares 3 and up for a $350,000 purse and a spot on the line for the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. Palm Cottage is where I go to first. She is currently sitting at a solid price at odds of 9-2 right now on the board. She's unbeaten this year in 2 races and clearly is a better filly at the age of 4 than she was at the age of 3.
Yeah, she's been in such good form. Paula Lobo really spotting her well. First off the layoff in that other than at Ellis, she went gate to wire, followed up with a really gritty victory at Saratoga against 2 other than Allowance Company. So this is the natural progression. I like her speed, Scott. Speed wins races, especially dirt sprint races, but I just have a feeling Slammed, the 7 or even the 8, Joyful Cadence might keep her honest on the front end.
Wisconsin, the 5, is hoping for that because she's a filly that has proven that off the pace is her game. She's a mare that's made nearly $1 million. She certainly looks ripe to go ahead and eclipse that mark here today, but she's yet to win at Keeneland.
She is yet to win at Keeneland, but out of limited starts, and that was at a different distance. In Madison, back in the spring of last year, and even the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, she tried herself against that caliber. But Wisconsin, Scott, the biggest thing for her is she needs a fast pace to close into. Last time out in the Open Mind at Churchill Downs, it was a 3-horse field. We know how those races play out. Small field for closers, it never works out for them. I anticipate a quick, contentious pace, and she gets the right setup, similar to what she got when she won the Grade 3 winning colors.
Well, that contentious pace is going to be in part from Slam, the number 7 horse. She's the current favorite, 2-1 right now on the board for trainer Todd Fincher, who's co-owner along with others, Brad King, etc. 8-time winner from 11 starts. This is a New Mexico bred filly that has proven in her 2 races at Del Mar during the summer meet that she belongs away from New Mexico bred types. She was a winner in an allowance race, and the way that she battled down up against the rail with Edgeway in the Rancho Bernardo handicap was a thrilling race and a wonderful race from this 4-year-old filly by marking.
She really did prove how gutsy she can be last time out. She got a great trip at Del Mar 2 starts back when she opened up on the field. I thought everything set up for her that day, but I thought, even though she was defeated last time out, it was arguably a better performance because she had to show her grit and her tenacity. She's very good. I just wonder, can she withstand a little bit of pace pressure and keep on going and hold off some of these late closers?
And then finally, Club Car, another mare that likes to come from off the pace. It's been a bit of time since she's won a race. You have to go back to a stake back last summer at Mountaineer, but she just consistently shows up time and time again, and she has won here in the past at Keeneland. Another consistently closing type mare in these sprints that you have to respect.
She's made a lot of money, Scott, $652,000 in her career. She has been so good to the connections, and like you said, she shows up virtually every single time. I still think she's a filly that might be even a little bit better at 7 furlongs, but she is another one that will benefit from a fast, contentious pace. I wish she had won the Regret 2 starts back. I thought that was a perfect setup for her. I thought that was a good race to run her in, and I just think this is a tougher race than that. So if she couldn't win that day, I'm not so confident that she can win this one.
It is a good field lining up here shortly in the Thoroughbred Club of America Stakes. Once again, a spot into the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint is on the line. Slammed continues to be the favorite. That's the number 7 in here at odds of 2-1.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, 42nd running of the Thoroughbred Club of America Stakes, a Grade 2 and a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint Division. 3 years old and up, 6 furlongs over the fast main track here. Double pick 3 and all stakes pick 4 wagering. Scratched the 4, Caribbean Caper. Number 4, Caribbean Caper, scratched. 7 minutes to post. Let's meet the starters for Race 7, the Thoroughbred Club of America. Number 1, Lil Tootsie, owned by Joel Politti, trained by Tom Amos, jockey Edgar Morales. 2, Palm Cottage, owned by OXO Equine LLC of Larry Best, trained by Paulo Lobo, Flavian Pratt to ride. 3, Club Car, owned by Michael and Catherine Ball, trained by Ben Colebrook, Irad Ortiz Jr. is up. 4 is scratched. 5, Sconson, owned by Lloyd Madison Farms 4 LLC of Fred Schwartz, trained by Greg Foley, Tyler Gaffalione to ride. 6, Liberty MD, owned by CHP Racing of Christine and Phil Hatfield, trained by Ian Wilkes, jockey Julian Leperoux. 7, Slammed, owned by Brad King, Suzanne Kirby, and Barbara Coleman, trained by Todd Fincher, Florent Giroux, the jockey. 8, Joyful Cadence, owned by WSS Racing LLC of William Simon, trained by John Ortiz. Raylu Gutierrez is up. And 9, Happy Soul, owned by Gala Rankin, trained by Wesley Ward, jockey John Velasquez. 5 minutes to post.
Reminder, this race starts the All-Stakes Pick 4, which will conclude with the Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile, that $1 million feature on opening Saturday, I should say, of this fall meet. We're looking right now at the number 2 horse, Palm Cottage. My best angle of the day, 4-1 right now. Phenomenal price on a filly that has shown some serious ability in her 2 starts this year.
Yeah, we've already seen Paulo Lobo with the victory on today's card. He'll send out Palm Cottage, and he'll also send out Ivar a little bit later today. Scott, looking at her on track, she just looks amazing. I can't remember the last time that I saw her, if I ever saw her, but she just has so much energy, positive energy on the track. Really liking what I'm seeing from her today.
Let's go over to Slammed. I just spoke with her conditioner, Todd Fincher. He was telling me that she bounced out of that hard-fought battle in the Rancho Bernardo handicap at Del Mar better than he expected. And also, he said, you know, I think we put to bed this concern of her not being able to race without Lasix, because if you look at her lead up to that Grade 3 at Del Mar, she had competed with Lasix. In the state of racing right now, graded stakes races, you don't have that option. So we know that she can handle that. And he also said that she has put together some serious work at Churchill. He told me that this filly is ready to explode. That is how good she is doing coming into this race.
She looks it. She really does. I was a little bit of against her in the Rancho Bernardo just because I thought she had everything go her way. And at Del Mar, the start before, the other pace of the race stumbled coming out of the gate, and she was able to control. But she came back to show that she can fight. I know she lost that race, but still, it was a knockdown, drag-out fight all throughout the stretch. So I hear what you're saying. I think she's a big threat. I'm very, very curious to see how this pace develops, how contentious and fast this early pace is.
It's the Grade 2 Thoroughbred Club of America Stakes, $350,000 on the line in purse money, and an automatic berth into the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint right here at Keeneland, also on the line.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, 42nd running of the Thoroughbred Club of America Grade 2. Start of the All Stakes Pick 4. They are at the post. They're off in the Thoroughbred Club of America Stakes. Slammed comes right out running for the early lead. Slammed to the front. Happy Soul is there on the far outside in the opening strides. These two joined by Joyful Cadence, who's away running in third. Palm Cottage up close in fourth down toward the inside. Little Tootsie is fifth. Club Car is sixth. Sconson back there in seventh early on. And Liberty MD last of the eight as they head onto the far turn. Slammed, leading it by 3/4 of a length. Opening quarter in 22.75 seconds. Happy Soul goes second by a length and a half. Joyful Cadence third and neck. Palm Cottage fourth toward the inside. Gap of 2 more lengths back to Lil Tootsie, who travels in fifth. Gap of 3 to Club Car. Sconson, Liberty MD is last. To the top of the stretch they come, and it is Slammed, the leader, a length and a half. Happy Soul is still second. Joyful Cadence is in third as they rumble off the far turn, followed by Lil Tootsie out in the center of the racetrack. Sconson is still far back, and Slammed is at the eighth pole. Slammed has a 3.5 length lead now. Now it's out to 4. Joyful Cadence tries to run towards second outside of Happy Soul. Slammed is on her way to the Breeders' Cup with a win and you're in the Thoroughbred Club of America. A most convincing winner for Florent Giroux. 1 minute 10.03 seconds.
She broke sharp away from the gate, and Florent Giroux was able to guide her over to the rail, and that's where she established that position and never looked back.
This is a huge performance for this filly. I mean, she's been in very good form so far this year, but she legitimately stamped herself to the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. This was not an easy field, and she completely destroyed them, and it's most in part because of her devastating early speed. She's so quick out of the gate, nobody else can run with her. She wins this race by multiple lengths in the end, wrapped up under Florent Giroux.
Photo for play, sold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 7, Slammed, was first. Number 9, Happy Soul, was second. Number 8, Joyful Cadence, third. Number 1, Lil Tootsie, fourth. 7-9-8-1, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 7th race official. 7-9, 8-1, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's 7th race, 42nd running of the Thoroughbred Club of America Grade 2. Number 7, Slammed, owned by Brad King, Suzanne Kirby, and Barbara Coleman, trained by Todd Fincher, winning jockey Florent Giroux. Slammed is a 4-year-old filly by marking out of Hennessy Smash by Roll Hennessy Roll. Bred in New Mexico by Brad King and Todd Fincher. 1 minute 10.03 seconds for the 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Now the trophy presentation for the Thoroughbred Club of America, a win and you're in Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint Division race. Presenting the trophy on behalf of the Thoroughbred Club of America are President Tony Lacey and Vice President Charlie Bowden. Slammed.
The New Mexico bred Slam takes the Thoroughbred Club of America here at Keeneland Racecourse. Todd Fincher, her conditioner, and Florent Giroux aboard for the ride. How was that test drive for her coming away from the starting gate?
It was good, just like she did in the morning, you know, very professional, knows what to do out there. Very pleased, you know, for the opportunity, you know, Mr. Fincher, his owners, and my agent, you know, for getting me the mount. And I was just the lucky recipient over there on her, and very excited about her.
The fraction suggests that you were able to slow things down in that second quarter. Was that the case? Did she really relax for you in the middle of the race?
Yeah, she relaxed very nicely. You can tell, you know, on television when she starts, you know, her ears, you know, start going, you know, back and forth. You know, it's usually a good sign. It's when horses, you know, they're taking their time and they are having, you know, having fun out there. And as soon as I clock on her a little bit, you know, the 316, I had plenty of horse left, and I just, you know, smooch her and try to keep her focused all the way to the wire. But that was really without strong urging.
Well done, Florent.
Thank you.
Todd, you told me before the race that you felt like she was just sitting on a big one the way that she had been acting. Did you expect that kind of performance away from the gate and the way that she finished up?
My really only concern was getting away from the gates good and clean. Last time she slipped behind and cost her, you know. So when I seen them turquoise blinkers jump out of the gates, I was very happy, and I looked up after the first quarter, and it went 22-3, and I said, if she gets beat, we have no excuse, because the fractions weren't too bad. She can go much faster, so very happy. And then you saw what she did down the lane. She had a lot left. She's an awesome horse.
How does it feel to come into Keeneland and win a race and to be standing out here onto the turf course, getting your picture taken and getting a shot in the Breeders' Cup next month?
Well, I'm more proud of the horse than anything. You know, I'm just the trainer. The horses are the superstars. She's a superstar, and we're just trying to stay out of her way.
Enjoy it. We look forward to seeing her in the Breeders' Cup.
Thank you.
Todd Fincher slammed, very impressive, picking up a Grade 2 victory in the Thoroughbred Club of America Stakes.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming, the First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare. Start of the late pick 4, double and pick 3 wagering also offered. Turf is firm today. Temporary rail is down. No changes in race 8. Looking ahead to the 9th race, a reminder in race 9, scratch the 4 Confidence Game. Also scratch the 16 Jin Tong. That's in the 9th race, scratch 4 Confidence Game and scratch 16 Jin Tong. A reminder, number 15, Carmel Road, draws into the race. Jockey Gerardo Corrales. 15, Carmel Road, draws in. But it will be Gerardo Corrales, the jockey. 10th race, the Coolmore Turf Mile. Scratch the 2, Smooth Like Straight. Scratch the 11, Emirati. Scratch 14, 15, and 16. That's the 10th race. Scratch the 2, Smooth Like Straight. Scratch the 11, Emirati. Also scratch 14, 15, and 16. A reminder, Atone, number 13, draws into the race. And checking the 11th and final event, scratch the 5, Boko. 11th race, scratch 5, Boko. Fast track, firm turf.
14 minutes away from the first of 3 Grade 1s here on Fall Stars Saturday. It's the Grade 1 First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare, and trainer Chad Brown has the top 3 in the wagering. Our top 3, however you split it, this race goes through Chad Brown. And starting with Regal Glory, this is a mare for Peter Brandt that picked up a Grade 1 victory in the Jenny Wiley back in the springtime. Her most recent race was a defeat against the boys, where she was defeated by Casa Creed, who's a legitimate contender in today's Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile. So you have to respect Regal Glory, and she has just gotten better with age, Gabby.
Yes, I agree with you, Scott. She's been a really fun mare to just keep tabs on throughout her career, because if you look back at her form, even last year, she couldn't necessarily win a Grade 1. She was second behind Blowout and the Grade 1 First Lady at Keeneland this time last year, but she has just completely blossomed this year. And that's what patience and taking your time to, let horses develop and mature, that's what happens sometimes. And that's the case with Regal Glory. She is now atop the division. And she, just looking at her running style, Scott, she could be forwardly placed. Really, she is so good in the afternoon that Jose Ortiz can place her wherever he needs to in order for a successful trip.
The number 4 in Italian, another one for Mr. Peter Brandt. This is a Dubawi filly for, of course, Chad Brown, who ran him off their feet in the Grade 1 Diana, beat her stablemate's Technical Analysis in Bleecker Street, who was coming into that race undefeated. I guess just the big question here is, can she hold off Regal Glory in the latter stages, and how do she and Technical Analysis, how do they play off of each other? What's going to be the plan between these 3 runners?
Well, it's a good question, and maybe to answer the question, you go back and you look at the Grade 1 Diana, because going into the first turn, Technical Analysis was deliberately taken back off the pace under Jose Ortiz, who rode her that day, whereas Joel Rosario just rode this filly into the first turn. They maintained the lead. They went gate to wire. I also think at 1 1/8 miles, Scott, her speed comes a little bit more natural to her, and she's able to just kind of get loose out there. Kind of a different dynamic at 1 mile, where they run faster in those interior fractions.
And then finally, Technical Analysis, and another filly for Chad Brown, another beautiful international pedigree, daughter of Kingman. She's won over half of her starts, 6 wins from 11 starts, recent winner of the Ballston Spa, runner-up behind in Italian in the Diana Stakes. She's a nice filly, there's no question about it. I guess just the question is she as good as her stablemates at this point in time?
Exactly, and that's a key point, is at this point in time. Who knows? We could be talking about Technical Analysis a year from now, saying that she's a multiple Grade 1 winner, and I won't be surprised about that. But I just think at this distance, given this competition, she might just be a cut below in Italian and Regal Glory. And that's not a negative comment. I mean, she could step up to the plate and get it done today. I'm very curious to see what Flavien Prat does with her. Does he go to the lead, or does he take her back like Jose did in the Diana?
Grade 1 First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare, is coming up next, and a string of 3 Grade 1 races coming up next here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, 25th running of the First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare. Grade 1 for fillies and mares age 3 and up. 1 mile over the firm turf. Temporary rail is down today. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. There are no changes in race 8. Number 2 is Princess Grace, owned by Susan and John Moore, trained by Michael Stidham. The jockey will be Florent Giroux. Number 3, Technical Analysis, owned by Klarovich Stables Incorporated, of Seth Klarman, trained by Chad Brown, the jockey Flavian Pratt. 4, In Italian, owned by Peter Brandt, trained by Chad Brown, the jockey Joel Rosario. 5, Regal Glory, owned by Peter Brandt, trained by Chad Brown, the jockey Jose Ortiz. And 6, Market Rumor, owned by Randall Block, owned also by the Six Column Stables LLC of Brad Stevens, and others, trained by Ian Wilkes, the jockey Chris Landeros. Post time, 5 minutes.
There's a look at Princess Grace. She comes out of some hard-fought races in the Grade 1 Beverly D and that ladies' turf at Kentucky Downs behind Delika. And Michael Stidham said that she's come out of those races strong. He's told Florent Giroux that the plan is let's just try to get her to relax and save something to finish with. So that's going to be the plan with this filly, who has been very, very good for the connection. She's made over $1.3 million in really a short span of time. 13 races, 7 victories, over $1.3 million in earnings, and looking to add to that today. She currently sits at odds of 8-1 right now on the tote board. There's the Klarovich Stables Technical Analysis, the daughter of Kingman. As she gets set to warm up, we'll see what Flavian opts to do with this 4-year-old filly who's making a return to Keeneland for the first time since the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, which she ran in last year over yielding ground. So the fast, firm ground today should be much more to her liking in this Grade 1 First Lady presented by UK Healthcare. Taking a look right now at the number 5 horse, that is Regal Glory. She is the favorite. She's the Grade 1 winner here at Keeneland in this event. 3-5 right now on the board, and we'll see if she can replicate what she was able to do back in the springtime, pulling off that win in convincing fashion by a length. We are closing in on post time for the Grade 1 First Lady presented by UK Healthcare.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, 25th running of the First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare Grade 1. Start of the late pick 4. They are at the post. Off in the First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare. There's In Italian. In Italian comes right out running for the early lead. Technical Analysis comes away second. Vigilante's Way is in third. Regal Glory ducked out at the start is fourth, heading down into the first turn from Princess Grace. Market Rumor tucked away at the back as the field swings around that first turn and heads toward the back stretch. It is In Italian who shows the way. Leads it by a length. Technical Analysis second to the outside by just a head. Vigilante's Way third toward the inside. Gap of 3.5 more lengths back to Regal Glory, followed by Princess Grace. Market Rumor last, 23.37 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Up the backstretch they go. In Italian is the leader. Leads it by just one length. Still side by side for second. Technical Analysis outside and Vigilante's Way there toward the rail. Those two continue their tussle. Gap of 2 more back to Regal Glory, 4 more back to Princess Grace, and 2.5 back of that one to Market Rumor. The first half mile was 47 seconds flat, and onto the far turn they go. In Italian leading Technical Analysis by a length. Vigilante's Way is third. Now Regal Glory is fourth toward the outside, still just over 3 lengths from the front. Gap of 3 more. Back to Princess Grace, 6 back of her to Market Rumor last. In Italian leads off the far turn. Quarter mile to go. Technical Analysis. Vigilante's Way to the inside. Regal Glory is still fourth on the outside. 1/8 of a mile to go. In Italian leads it by 2. Here comes Regal Glory taking aim, but she's still second. Technical Analysis third. In Italian, 2-length lead. 16th to go. Regal Glory is second. In Italian, Regal Glory. In Italian in front. In Italian for Joel Rosario to win it. Regal Glory home second. Going to be close for third. Either Princess Grace or Technical Analysis for that third spot. A Peter Brandt-owned, Chad Brown-trained 1-2 in the First Lady.
That is back-to-back Grade 1 wins for this daughter of Dubawi. In Italian, able to slow things down enough
to have something left in the tank. Another brilliant ride from Joel Rosario when he knows he's going to be the one targeted in a race like this.
Yeah, exactly. And nobody went with her today. Just a similar trip as she got in the Diana last time out with that grade 1 victory. Nobody took it to her early. Same case today. She went out on the front end, slowed things down a little bit, had enough left in the tank to hold off the 5 Regal Glory, who was closing, Scott. She tried so hard. She tried mightily, even going a little wide around that final turn. She just couldn't quite catch in Italian. Peter Brandt with the exacta.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. 4 in Italian finished first. 5 Regal Glory second. The 2 Princess Grace third. 3 Technical Analysis fourth. 4-5-2-3 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 8th race official. 4-5-2-3, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's 8th race, the 25th running of the First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare, Grade 1. Number 4, In Italian, owned by Peter Brandt, trained by Chad Brown. 2 wins today for Joel Rosario, the winning jockey. In Italian, a 4-year-old filly by Dubawi out of Florentina, by Reduced Choice, bred in Great Britain by Fairway Thoroughbreds. 1 mile over the firm turf, 1 minute 33.22 seconds. The First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare. The trophy presentation being made at this time by Dr. Mark Newman to the connections of In Italian.
In Italian, doing it out on the front end for Chad Brown. He picks up his 6th win in this race, 5th year in a row for Chad to take the Grade 1 First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare. Joel, you come into this race, you know you're going to be targeted. How do you get away with what you do out on the front end with this filly?
I mean, she looked like a got there real relaxed. You know, she normally speed going, and then she got to relax going to the first turn. And, yeah, I was just there for the process. And I thanks to Chad and Peter for really the opportunity. I really appreciate it.
Well done.
Thank you.
Chad, she's really come on in these last couple of Grade 1s, from the Diana to the First Lady. What has led to this kind of blossoming for this daughter of Dubawi?
Just physically, she's developed, and we've got her out there on the lead, letting her do what she wants to do once we start to figure her out as well. And we really like to come in this race. The only thing I was worried about is the layoff. You know, she hadn't run since the Diana, and Mr. Brandt and I got together. I kind of wanted to run her again in between, and he wanted a fresh horse for the Breeders' Cup, and that decision proved right. And she overcame the layoff today and got a good prep that she needed going forward.
6 Grade 1 First Ladies for you, Chad, here at Keeneland Racecourse. What does that mean to you?
It means that I've had a lot of good horses sent to me by good owners and great people working with them. That's what it comes down to.
Well done.
Thank you.
In Italian, dominant out on the front end in today's Grade 1 First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 9th race upcoming, the 109th running of the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, Grade 1. Scratch the 4 Confidence Game, scratch the 16 Gen Tong. Again, scratch the 4 Confidence Game and scratch 16 Gen Tong. A reminder, the 15 Carmel Road draws into the race, jockey Gerardo Corrales. 15 Carmel Road draws into the race. Gerardo Corrales is the jockey. Double and pick 3 wagering here, start of the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Looking ahead then to the 10th race, the Coolmore Turf Mile. Scratch the 2 Smooth Like Straight. Also scratch the 11 Emirati. Plus scratch the 14, 15, and 16. Again, scratch 2 Smooth Like Straight. Scratch the 11 Emirati. And scratch 14, 15, and 16. A reminder, number 13, Atone, draws into the race. Atone, number 13, draws into the race. 11th and final event, scratch the 5, Boko. 11th and final event, scratch the 5, Boko. Fast track, firm turf.
heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity is up next. A berth into the Breeders' Cup Juvenile is on the line, as well as Grade 1 Glory. The number 2 horse, Loggins, is he the next great 2-year-old out of the Brad Cox barn? We've seen this script before where he has brought horses into this race and performed very big, including Essential Quality, that champion from just a few years back. He was very flashy on debut and was able to draw off and win by 8.5 lengths. The way that he did it, the way that he settled really suggests that the longer distance isn't going to be an issue. And he's by a Breeders' Cup Classic winner out of a mare by the name of Beyond Blame, who is by Blame another Breeders' Cup Classic winner. So the distance pedigree is there, and he would not be here if he wasn't ready for this challenge on a fairly quick turnaround into the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. He is 9-5 right now on the board, 1 for 1 in his career. Frosted Departure, the number 1 horse at 22-1, a colt by Frosted for Kenny McPeak. This is a 2-time winner. Keeneland September sales graduate. He won his 2nd career start. He then was defeated by Top Recruit in the Juvenile Stakes at Ellis Park, and then bounced out of that with a performance good enough to win at Churchill, going 7/8 of a mile, going and off and winning by 9.25 lengths. So the inside draw, I think, is a big plus for him. He might be the one to be able to dictate the pace early on. And 22-1, he looks like a horse that should be able to outrun those big odds in this very big field here in the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. Let's move over to the number 7 horse, Forte, already a Grade 1 winner. He's a Keeneland graduate from the September sale last year. He's 2 for 3 in his career. He really moved forward last time out in the Grade 1 hopeful. Added distance. Was it also aided, though, by the slop? That's the question. Ran over sloppy track in the Grade 1 hopeful, but he beat Gulfport, who was a very highly thought of 2-year-old at that time, and certainly even moving forward. He beat Blazing Sevens, who was able to come out of that race and win his next career start.
Scott, yes, I agree with you. Forte, though, his victory might have been a little bit aided by the track that day, but if you look at the raw time, the final time, and compare it to other races that were run that day on that, the deteriorating track, sloppy sealed track at Saratoga, it was a fast time, and I just think he's a horse that's improving and will improve with added distance, too, especially to the mile and a 16th today.
The number 5 horse, Instant Coffee, another one for Brad Cox, this one for Gold Square, another Keeneland graduate from the September sale of last year. Surprised some folks, according to the wagering. He was nearly 15-1 when he broke his maiden up at Saratoga, but it's never a slouch when you're able to break your maiden first time out at Saratoga, especially for these connections, especially with this pedigree. Here's another classic-type pedigree, colt from the first crop of Bolt Doro out of an Uncle Mo first down.
Especially true with the bottom side of the family have that Uncle Mo influence, and this horse, I think, surprised some people. He won first time out at Saratoga at 14-1. I think Brad Cox thinks a lot of this horse as well. I looked at these two and looked at the replays for both of them, though, between Instant Coffee and Loggins, I was just more impressive by Loggins.
And that is in part why he is 8-5 as the favorite. Loggins, the number 2, down from post position number 2. Horses are making the way through the paddock here, getting set for the riders to come out and get the riders up call for the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity at a mile and a 16th.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th race, 109th running of the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, Grade 1. 2-year-olds at a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. This race, a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Division. Scratch 4, Confidence Game. Also scratch 16, Jin Tong. A reminder, number 15, Carmel Road, draws into the race. Contrary to the program, the jockey Gerardo Corrales. Post time in less than 4 minutes. Post parade for the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, number 1 Frosted Departure, owned by C&H Diamond Racing LLC of Greg Back, Magdalena Racing of Sherry McPeak and others, trained by Kenny McPeak. Brian Hernandez Jr. is up. Number 2 Loggins, owned by Spendthrift Farm LLC of Eric Gustafson. Steve Landers Racing LLC of Steve Landers, owned also by Martin Schwartz, Michael Dubb, 10 Strike Racing of Marshall Graham and others, trained by Brad Cox, Florent Giroux to ride. Number 3 Honed is owned by the Three Chimneys Farm LLC of Gonzalo Torrealba, Magdalena Racing of Sherry McPeak and others, trained by Kenny McPeak, Julian Leperoux. 4 is scratched. 5 is Instant Coffee, owned by Gold Square LLC of Al Gold, trained by Brad Cox, Luis Saez, the jockey. 6 Bourbon Bash, owned by BC Stables LLC of John Bellinger and Brian Quello, trained by D. Wayne Lucas, Rafael Bejarano to ride. 7 Forte, owned by the Rapoli Stable of Mike Rapoli, St. Elias Stable of Vincent Viola, trained by Todd Pletcher, jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. Number 8 Newgate is owned by SF Racing LLC of Gavin Murphy, Starlight Racing of Jack Wolf and others, Madaket Stables LLC of Saul Kuman, Stone Street Stables LLC of Barbara Banke, Robert Masterson and others, trained by Bob Baffert, John Velasquez to ride. 9 Fantastic Again, owned by Three Chimneys Farm LLC of Gonzalo Torrealba, trained by Wesley Ward, jockey Joel Rosario. Number 10, Lost Ark, owned by Harold Ventures LLC of Curtis Harold, trained by Todd Pletcher, Flavian Pratt to ride. 11, Red Route 1, owned by Winchell Thoroughbreds LLC of Ron Winchell, trained by Steve Asmus and Ricardo Santana Jr., the jockey. 12, Good Heart, owned by Rebecca Hillen and Stonecrest Farm of Brian Reed, trained by Brendan Walsh, jockey Tyler Gaffleone. 13, Two Phils, owned by Patricia's Hope LLC of Vince Foglia, owned also by Philip Sagan, trained by Larry Ravelli, jockey Jareth Loveberry. 14, Powerful, owned by Cortland Farms of Donald and Donna Adam, trained by Steve Asmus and jockey Jose Ortiz. And 15, Carmel Road, owned by SF Racing LLC of Gavin Murphy, Starlight Racing of Jack Wolf and others, Madaket Stables of Saul Kuman, Stone Street Stables of Barbara Banke, Robert Masterson and others, trained by Bob Baffert, the jockey Gerardo Corrales. Post time at about 2 minutes.
There's a look at Forte, Grade 1 winner of the Hopeful, looking to take a step forward here in this Breeders' Cup Juvenile Division, this time in the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. Obviously, he already has the credentials to be well respected against this group today.
One thing that I noticed about him compared to the other horses in the paddock and in the post parade is that this horse has so much bounce to his stride. He's got a lot of positive energy. There are a lot of horses that were on the calmer side. He was kind of the opposite, but I would say it was good, positive energy. I actually really liked how he acted today.
He's a son of violence out of the first dam, who is by Blame. And then the favorite is the number 2 horse Loggins, continues to shorten up in price 3-2 on this son of Ghost Sapper, looking to do what he did on debut at Churchill Downs, and that is impress.
Brad Cox did a similar thing with Essential Quality when he won this race. He debuted Essential Quality back in September at Churchill Downs, going 3/4, and he won this race. He's hoping to do the same thing with the Loggins, coming back, though, off shorter rest.
Closing in on post time for the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th race, 109th running of the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off in the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. There goes Newgate. Newgate comes right out for the lead. Bourbon Bash has early speed. Loggins is there. Here's Good Heart up on the outside, and these four come forward to vie for the early lead. As they head to the first turn, Carmel Road going to move up in the center of the track in 5th, and now starts picking off a few positions from there. Frosted Departure is in 6th as Good Heart drops back alongside of that one. Forte is in 8th spot down toward the rail heading off the first turn. Two Fills is in 9th. Fantastic Again comes next, and then Instant Coffee, Red Route 1, Powerful, Lost Ark. Honed is at the back after an opening quarter goes on the board in 22.94 seconds. Onto the backstretch, still bunching for the lead. Bourbon Bash ahead in front. Loggins is there toward the inside. Newgate travels out in the center of the track in 3rd, a half length off the lead. Frosted Departure is in 4th. Carmel Road is backed off a bit into the 5th position, settles down there. A lane or two off the rail, running some 5 lengths from the front. Then Good Heart. Forte down toward the inside is 7 lengths from the lead. First half mile went in 46.36 seconds. Over to the far turn, Loggins is the leader against the rail, has the lead a half length. Bourbon Bash is second by a length, just over a quarter mile to go. Newgate 3rd, Frosted Departure is 4th. Here's Forte. Now Forte is going to have to swing toward the outside from the 5th position, picks up a couple of spots, has to go wider still to the top of the short stretch. Here's Forte coming after Loggins. Newgate is now 3rd. They turn for home in the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. Forte striding forward to challenge Loggins into the final furlong, and Forte is up to take the lead. Loggins is fighting on toward the inside, but second. Forte leads at a half length. Loggins is still there toward the inside. Look at these two juveniles going at it. Loggins and Forte. Forte and Loggins. And it is Forte in the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity for Iran Ortiz Jr. What a stretch battle.
I would say so, Kurt Becker. What a race this turned out to be as Loggins was up part of the pace. He takes over the race. Looks like he's cruising out on the front end, Gabby. And as they spin for home, Forte had made this long run to get into contention, and Loggins is trying to battle back down on the inside. Let's hope this is not the last time we see these two hook up.
If that doesn't get your blood pumping, I don't know what will. That was one of the most exciting stretch runs that I have seen. Just these two horses throwing it down. And what a performance by Loggins. This is a horse first time going 2 turns. He just stretched out from a 3-quarter race, and he had the fitness and the drive and the desire to hang on till the end. But unfortunately, Forte gets the better of him in the end.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 9th race. Number 7, Forte, was first. Number 2, Loggins, was second. Number 11, Red Route 1, third. And number 5, Instant Coffee, fourth. Objection sign posted. Claim of foul concerns the top 2 in the unofficial result for Keeneland's 9th race. The jockey of number 2, Loggins, the runner-up, has lodged a claim of foul against the jockey of the 7, Forte, alleging interference inside the 16th pole. Claim of foul pending that concerns the top 2 in the unofficial result. Hold all tickets. Split screen on the television monitors, the program view to the left and the head-on to the right. Hold all tickets. Objection pending. No change. No change in the result. It will stand as is. 7-2, 11-5. That result will stand for Keeneland's ninth. Race 9, results official. 7-2, 11-5, the official results for Keeneland's ninth race. Official winner of Keeneland's ninth race, 109th running of the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity Grade 1, number 7, Forte. Owned by Rapoli Stable of Mike Rapoli, St. Elias Stable of Vincent Viola, trained by Todd Pletcher. 2 wins today for jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. Forte, a 2-year-old son of violence out of Queen Caroline by Blame, bred in Kentucky by Southgate Farm. Keeneland September graduate gets the mile at a 16th over the fast main track in 1 minute 44.74 seconds. Now the trophy presentation for the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, a win and you're in Breeders' Cup Juvenile Division race. Presenting the trophy on behalf of Claiborne, Walker Hancock. To the connections of Forte.
Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity goes to Forte, now a 2-time Grade 1 winner, the Keeneland graduate. How much did you have to get after him to get him to pick it up and finally make that move around the turn, Irad?
At the turn, I hit the clear, and he kind of he still figured it out. He's a young horse, and he as soon as he hit the clear, I have to start working really hard on him. Then he start doing it by liter, and by the time I get there, I hit the lead. He start acting a little green. He's laying in a little bit. I have to have a big hold of him the whole stretch. He don't even let me ride him that well. You know, I have to the whole time have a hold of him and got a horse inside of me, take care of him at the same time and try to win the race.
Which you did. Well done, Irad.
Thank you very much.
Forte stamping his ticket to the Breeders' Cup in the Juvenile after today's Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity victory.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 10th race upcoming, the Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile. Scratch the 2, Smooth Like Straight. Scratch the 11, Emirati. Also scratch 14, 15, and 16. Again, scratch the 2, Smooth Like Straight. Scratch the 11, Emirati. And scratch 14, 15, and 16. A reminder, number 13, Atone, draws into the race. Turf is firm. Temporary rail is down today. Looking ahead to race 11, scratch the 5, Boko. Race 11, scratch 5, Boko.
was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law, tis the law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
The Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile Stakes is next. Less than 15 minutes to post with a cool $1 million on the line. And right now, two horses vying for favoritism between the 7, that is Santine, and the number 9 horse, Casa Creed. We'll start with Santine, the 2-time Grade 1 winner this season, winner of the Turf Classic and Arlington Million over at Churchill Downs. He always seems to have forward tactical position. Tyler Gaffalione really knows this horse. And Gabby, Brendan Walsh told me after the Arlington Million victory that they figured out in the Manhattan, that Grade 1 defeat back in June at Belmont Park, that was just a bit too far for him. So at this time of the year, you're either going in the direction of the mile or the Breeders' Cup Turf, which is at 1.5 miles. And they are focusing their attention on the 8-furlong mile by going way of the Coolmore Turf Mile here today at Keeneland.
You're right, Scott, and he told me earlier today, too, that they proceeded into the Manhattan with a little bit of trepidation, even that he could get the distance that day before the race at 1.25 miles because of the way this horse is built. He's very strong. He's built like a miler. He's very speedy, too, so Brendan always had a little bit of a doubt that he could go those farther distances. He thinks this is his sweet spot at the mile, and they kind of planned accordingly in their pursuit for the Breeders' Cup Mile. He is very good. Brendan said he's really getting good right now. You can see that on his form. It'll be interesting to see where he's positioned throughout the race, though, Scott, because races are run totally differently at 1 1/8 than the flat mile. And if you look at the beginning of his career, he actually came from farther off the pace.
Casa Creed has been a versatile sort. He's won Grade 1s between 6 furlongs and most recently at 1 mile. He likes to close. That is his game. And Bill Mott has done a phenomenal job with this son of Jimmy Creed, a Keeneland graduate that's made over $1.7 million. He always seems to come on. And speaking of how good he has been this year especially, he took 2 trips overseas, or that trip overseas into the Middle East. First stop in Saudi Arabia, where he was second in that turf sprint on Saudi Cup night, and then went over to Dubai to run in the Al Quaz. And all he's done is bounce out of those races and win 2 Grade 1s in New York between the Jaipur and the 4-Star Dave.
Yeah, sometimes people say that shipping overseas can take something out of a horse, but I think this has actually contributed to him taking another step at the age of 6. He's tried the Breeders' Cup Mile before in the past. He's tried mile distances, even the 4-Star Dave in the past, and he wasn't able to win those races, Scott. He's a multiple Grade 1 winning sprinter, but last time out was the first time he won a Grade 1 at 1 mile, and I think that is a testament to the form that this horse is in.
Ivar, the number 6 horse, he won this race back in 2020 as the Shadwell Turf Mile. Last year in the Keeneland Turf Mile, this time he was 4th. This time last year, he was 4th behind his stablemate In Love. But he comes in with 2 solid races this year. They got him going up at Indiana Grand or Horseshoe Indianapolis, and then his most recent run in the Rico Woodbine Mile, that Grade 1 event at Woodbine, to finish second behind Modern Games. And the way that Modern Games performed, that has to be viewed as a victory. And Paulo Lobo opts to take the blinkers off here today. He absolutely could pick up another Grade 1 here today at Keeneland Racecourse.
And Paulo Lobo told me earlier today that he thinks that this horse's best 2 performances was, one, when he won the Grade 1 Shadwell Turf Mile back here at Keeneland in 2020, and the second best was in the Woodbine Mile last time out, even though he was defeated, because Modern Games, as you said, Scott, put on a freak show performance last time out. This horse had trouble in the Woodbine Mile as well. He was squeezed back from the start. He was bumped a couple times coming down the stretch. I asked Paulo why the blinkers coming off. He said it helps him. He thinks it'll help him with his closing kick, and I have a tendency to agree with him, especially comparing some of the replays where he wore the blinkers and didn't wear the blinkers.
11 minutes to post before the Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile wide open event. It is a Grade 1 through and through. We look forward to the competition and the result. Good luck as we get set for the Grade 1 $1 million Coolmore Turf Mile.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th race, 37th running of the Coolmore Turf Mile, Grade 1. $1 million purse, 3-year-olds and up at 1 mile over the firm turf. Temporary rail down today. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Mile division. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch the 2, Smooth Like Straight. Scratch 11, Emirati. Also scratch 14, 15, and 16. A reminder, number 13, Atone, draws into the race. 5 minutes to post. The post parade for the Coolmore Turf Mile. Number 1, Classic Causeway, owned by Kentucky West Racing LLC of Patrick O'Keefe, owned also by Clark Cooper, trained by Kenny McPeak, jockey Julian Leperoux. 2 is Scratch. 3 is Order of Australia, owned by Derek Smith, Mrs. John Magner, Michael Tabor, and Anne-Marie O'Brien, trained by Aidan O'Brien, Christophe Soumillon, the jockey. 4 is Gray's Fable, owned by Steve Goldfine, Kerry Provost, and Jeff Salonis, trained by Brian Lynch. Brian Hernandez Jr. is up. 5, Mason, owned by Judd Mont of Fahad bin Khalid, trained by Chad Brown, jockey Flavian Pratt. 6, Ivar, owned by Von Chance Farm LLC and Stud RDI LLC, trained by Paulo Lobo, Joe Talamo to ride. 7, Santine, owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Brendan Walsh, jockey Tyler Gaffleone. 8, Annapolis, owned by Bass Racing LLC of Perry Bass II, trained by Todd Pletcher. Irad Ortiz Jr. is the jockey. Casa Creed, number 9, races for LRE Racing LLC of Lee Einsilder, JEH Racing Stable LLC of Mike Francesa, trained by Bill Mott, the jockey Luis Saez. 10, Some Like It Hot Brown, owned by Sky High Racing LLC of Harvey Diamond, owned also by David Koenig, trained by Mike Maker, jockey Jose Ortiz. 11 is Scratch. 12 is Set Piece, owned by Judd Mott, trained by Brad Cox, jockey Joel Rosario. And number 13, Atone, owned by Three Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff, trained by Mike Maker, Ricardo Santana Jr. to ride. Post time, less than 4 minutes.
There's a look at Santine warming up out on the track. He has now moved into the clear favorite role at odds of 3-1, looking for another grade 1. But this is an important race for him. As we talked about on the paddock side coverage, Gabby, we've seen him win at 1 1/8 in those grade 1 events, but can he be as effective at the mile distance? They know that 1.5 miles is pressing it too much, so this is a pivotal race for him in relationship to the Breeders' Cup.
And I know we talk about turf sprints or different distances on different surfaces, and certain horses really taking a liking and being very good at that specific distance. I kind of find that to be true at the turf mile. I think it's a very specific distance. Some horses excel at it, some don't. So I do think that this is a true test for him at this level. Yes, he's won at a mile before in the past, but we'll see. And I am curious to see what kind of trip he gets. Will he close? Will he sit a closer trip? Brendan Walsh seemed to think that he could sit a stalking trip, and that's the hope today.
And he's facing true grade 1 milers. That's the bottom line. Less than 2 minutes to post before the grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th race, 37th running of the Coolmore Turf Mile, Grade 1. A win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Mile Division. They are at the post. And they're off in the Coolmore Turf Mile. There goes Mason toward the inside, and here's a Tone from the center of the course. These two come forward in the opening strides. A Tone far outside, Mason against the rail. Annapolis comes away in good order, tucked away neatly in third by the time they enter the first turn. Some Like It Hot Brown, 3 wide, back in the 4th position. Classic Causeway hugs the rail from the inside starting spot in 5th. Casa Creed a lane off the rail in 6th. Order of Australia 7th. Ivar is in 8th. Santine is toward the back of the pack in 9th, down toward the inside. Grace Fable is alongside him in 10th, and Set Piece last of the 11. It was 23.58 seconds for the opening quarter. Mason, the leader, leads it by just over a length at the midpoint of the backstretch. A Tone second, a half length. Annapolis third by a neck. Some Like It Hot Brown fourth on the outside. 46.6 seconds the time for the first half mile. Order of Australia fifth toward the inside, 5 lengths from the front. Classic Causeway alongside of that one, and then Casa Creed, who's 7 lengths from the lead midway on the final turn. It is Mason on top. Mason leading a Tone by a length and a half. Annapolis third toward the inside. Then a gap of 2 to Order of Australia in the 4th position. Starts looking for more running room. Casa Creed winding up down the center of the course. Here's Annapolis looking for room. Mason still has the lead. Here comes Annapolis. Order of Australia is right there. Casa Creed on the far outside. A Tone drops back. Annapolis puts ahead in front. Order of Australia. Ivar is running late. It is Annapolis with the lead. Order of Australia. Ivar is there. It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile. 3 wins on the day for Irad Ortiz Jr. 1 minute, 33.29 seconds, a stakes record.
And the 3-year-old beats Elder here today for Bass Racing Annapolis with the scramble towards the wire, able to separate himself here for Todd Pletcher and pick up back-to-back wins against Graded Stakes Company, but in this instance, beating older foes.
Wow, congratulations to the Connections. This horse absolutely put on a show today. You can see a wall of horses trying to close and trying to beat this horse, but they just ran out of real estate in the end. Todd Pletcher having himself quite a day. Congratulations to the Connections. Annapolis, your unofficial winner.
Photo for play, sold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. Number 8, Annapolis, finished first. Number 6, Ivar, was second. Number 3, Order of Australia, was third. Number 12, Set Piece, was fourth. 8-6-3-12, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 10th race official. 8-6-3-12, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's 10th race. 37th running of the Coolmore Turf Mile Grade 1, number 8, Annapolis. Owned by Bass Racing, LLC, of Perry Bass II, trained by Todd Pletcher, ridden by Irad Ortiz Jr. That trainer-jockey combination going back-to-back in Grade 1s here in races 9 and 10. 3 wins overall on the day for Irad Ortiz Jr. Annapolis, the 3-year-old son of Warfront out of My Miss Sophia by Unbridled Song, bred in Kentucky by Bass Stables, LLC. 1 minute 33.29 seconds, a stakes record. Pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. Late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Now the trophy presentation for the Coolmore Turf Mile, a win and you're in Breeders' Cup Mile Division race. Presenting the trophy on behalf of Coolmore, Dermot Ryan. To the connections of Annapolis.
Irad Ortiz Jr. and Annapolis picking up a grade 1 in the Coolmore Turf Mile. His last race, he was out on the front end. This time, he flashes home late. What was different about this journey and this trip against this group today?
He's very tactical. He can do anything. Last time was not too much speed on the race, so we decided to let him do his thing. And he was in a slow pace at Saratoga, 49, and ears up, going relaxed. It was pretty much easy win. But he'd been before. You can see the race at Belmont. He was right behind the speed, on the bridle, tip him out. He responded really well. He gave me good turn of foot home. And the pace today was a little different than last time. I know going to be some pace in front of me. We tried to warm up good, tried to get some position going to the first turn, and thank God everything worked out perfect. I ended up where I want to, sitting fourth in the real, saving some ground and following a live horse. And I was available to hit and tip him out in the stretch, hit the clear, and he gave me the run I thought and give me a good turn of foot going down the lane.
How impressive is it for a relatively young horse, a 3-year-old, to beat these older, proven grade 1 warriors that he did today in the Coolmore Turf Mile?
It's very impressive. It's not easy to win this kind of horse that we got Satin, we got Mason, we got so many good horses. We got O'Brien horse on the race, and he's only a 3-year-old, but he's doing so good. He's doing so good right now. I think he has some ability, and he's a nice horse.
Well done here. Well done and a great day.
Thank you very much.
Irad Ortiz Jr. and Annapolis taking the grade 1 $1 million Coolmore Turf Mile.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 11th and final race upcoming. Main track is fast. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $8,991. Scratch the 5 Boco. Number 5 Boco scratched.
The 11th and final on Fall Stars Saturday, 13 minutes to post. We'll start with the Gray Son of Mohayman. That is Rewire. Right now, 9-2 on the board. Comes out of some live races. Going to cut back in distance. Not a bad price for a horse that comes out of such live competition in those 3 maiden races between Churchill and Oaklawn Park.
Yeah, his last race was back at Oaklawn, and so he's coming in off of several months on the shelf. And sometimes it can be a tough test to come back at 7 furlongs, but I think this horse should be just fine considering how he ran at 6.5 furlongs in his debut and the fact that he does have a lot of natural speed. I just thought he came out of some really tough races you see in the running lines, horses that went on to compete against Stakes Company, sometimes even graded Stakes Company.
The number 2 horse, Old Point, 5-1, gets his career started here today. Colt by Curlin, Keeneland graduate from the September sale back in 2020. Mike Rapoli and Vinny Viola and St. Elias Stable bought him for $475,000. He's a half-brother to a Grade 1 winner and multiple million-dollar earner. That is collected. So gets his career going today, and these are the connections that really have led the way on this Saturday as they're looking for another win. Rapoli, St. Elias, won with Forte earlier in the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, and obviously Todd Pletcher and Irad part of that.
Todd Pletcher and Irad have had themselves quite a day, so if I won't be surprised if they go out on a high note with this first-time starter, the number 2 Old Point. I think he just needs to show some speed coming out of the gate and get himself in a good early position.
The 8 horse Call Me Fast is currently 10-1 on the tote board. This is a dialed-in gelding for Mike Puich, who showed some life in his most recent start, going the 1-turn mile at Churchill Downs from an outside post, showed speed, and it looks like 7 furlongs should be ideal given that 1-turn mile at Churchill to the 1-turn 7/8 today.
I just like the progression that this horse has shown in every single one of his starts. He definitely ran his best race last time out. It was a brutal defeat. He lost by just 3/4 of a length that day. He outran his odds, and I just think that of the horses with race experience, he's definitely a horse that's heading in the right direction.
Cape Trafalgar on the outside. He's the 2-1 current favorite. This is a Lord Nelson Colts for Peachtree Stable that we saw back in the spring racing here at Keeneland, and that's the last time we've seen this 3-year-old race. That was over 5 months ago. He was the beaten favorite that day, going 2 turns in his second career start. Now they're going to come back going 7/8 of a mile. He's a tough read for me. Obviously, there's some talent there, but we'll see how Cape Trafalgar is able to, what he's able to do from that outside draw from this lengthy layoff that he comes into this race off of.
It was a really gaudy figure first time out. He got an 85 Beyer speed figure over that sloppy seal track at Gulfstream, so that made him the heavy favorite. Scott, he was 40 cents of the dollar in his second start at Keeneland when he lost and finished third. I'm on the fence about him, too. Look, he'll win today, but I just didn't have the he can win today, but I just didn't have the confidence in picking him, especially considering the price.
Another difficult race, as it is the fall here at Keeneland. It's not an easy task to win, but that's the brilliance of being able to compete and win here at Keeneland. So less than 10 minutes away from the 11th and final. And a reminder, this is the Toyota Super High Five race. $1 minimum wager for the $1 Toyota Super High Five.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 11th and final race, the Silver State, maiden special weight 3-year-olds and up. Beard course distance of about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 5, Boko. Again, scratch the 5, Boko. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $8,991. Post time in just 5 minutes.
Take a look at these horses warming up for the 11th and final. There is Call Me Fast, that son of Dialed In, which we were talking about just a few moments back. Francisco Arrieta getting the opportunity to ride here this afternoon. 8-1 on the board, part of the middle portion of the wagering in this race.
This horse was a really good-looking horse. I was pleasantly surprised when I saw him come out to the track. Just have all the pieces to, I think, have put on a really good show today. And he looks very, very fit, Scott. More importantly, this horse has race experience. He's going against lightly raced horses, but he comes into the race with a really, really solid foundation.
I thought the 9 looked phenomenal, too, when he was coming through the tunnel. Had a chance to see him as you see him on the other side of his pony at this point in time. But Colt, by looking at Lucky, who's trying dirt for the first time, surface switch is always a key angle. Any change that's being made, looking for a positive result, and that's one of them that a lot of handicappers like to lean on. So at 29-1,
He is the longest shot in this field, and it's not like he's run bad races coming into this spot.
No, he's just an unknown, and Ignacio Correas has done this successfully before in the past, whether with horses that have raced in North America or South American imports, those dirt debuts, he has good numbers.
Manjid, the number 1 horse, the gray son of Mohayman, second start for him out of an Oasis Dream first dam, 6th on debut, but tries the dirt, part of our Today at Keeneland show, and was one of the clocker selections of the day. So we'll see how he handles this second attempt at racing with Vince Chaminade in the saddle and Andrew McKeever calling the shots yet again.
I think that's what makes this race tricky. You have a first-time starter coming out of the Pletcher barn. You have other horses with race experience, but some that have never tried the dirt before, the 6 Nashoba's Joy being one of them, who's actually getting bet right now at 4-1. So I think it's important to look at the board, play the board, go accordingly.
And that's a good family Nashoba's Joy comes from that Williamson family, from that first dam, Nashoba's Gold. So closing in on post time again, don't forget this is the Toyota Super High 5 race, race 11, to round out the Saturday card.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 11th and final race, the Silver State. They are at the post. And they're off. Rewire went to his knees at the start, pops back up at his last as they head up the chute and head on to the main track up the back stretch. There's Cape Trafalgar for the lead. Mongeed is second toward the inside, and now here's Veritable in between that pair. But it will be Cape Trafalgar, center of the track with the lead. Only by a neck, though, as Veritable is second by a head. Mongeed is a close third against the rail. Call Me Fast, close up fourth toward the outside, just 2 lengths off the leader. Then a break of 3.5, 4 more lengths now back to the center of the pack. Nashoba's Joy travels there in the fifth position. Andy Cant is in sixth. Rewire has moved up 2 spots from last into seventh, followed by Peruvian Lucky and finally Old Point, who trails opening quarter 22.92 seconds. Onto the far turn they go. Cape Trafalgar outward from the rail still leads at 3/4 of a length, and Call Me Fast is second up on the outside. Mongeed is third toward the rail. Gap of 3 more lengths. Veritable is in fourth. Neshoba's Joy is in fifth. Andy Cant is sixth. Rewire is seventh. Peruvian Lucky is eighth. Old Point last to the 9. Quarter mile to go. Call Me Fast the leader now. Call Me Fast puts ahead in front, leads at a neck, a half length, a length. Cape Trafalgar finds himself back in second. Gap of 6 more lengths. Back to Andy Cant in third. Final furlong. Call Me Fast has a widening 4-length lead in the final furlong. Cape Trafalgar is second. Andy Cant is third. Call Me Fast with Francisco Arrieta aboard to win the nightcap at Keeneland. It is all Call Me Fast. Cape Trafalgar was home second. And then it was Andy Cant across the line in third, followed by Rewire and Old Point.
Call Me Fast running to his looks and dashing away from the even money favorite Cape Trafalgar as though he was tied to a pole. 10-1 on this son of Dialed In for Mike Puich, Tom Lambro, and the Giddy Up Stables.
Yeah, he just had a presence about him today, and he ran to those looks here, Scott. Just so much confidence and ability, that early speed, giving him the ability to be forwardly placed today under Francisco Arrieta and going on with it easy in the end, and a nice price of 10-1, 8-10-3 unofficially for today's finale.
Photo for fourth, hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 11th race. Number 8, Call Me Fast, was first. Number 10, Cape Trafalgar, second. Number 3, Andy Cant, was third. Number 4, Rewire, fourth. And number 2, Old Point, fifth. 8-10-3-4-2, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 11th race official, 8-10-3, 4-2, the official results. Into the winner's circle, official winner of the Silver State, race 11, number 8, Call Me Fast, owned by the Giddy Up Stables LLC of Bob Rondro, owned also by Tom Lambro, trained by Mike Buich with Francisco Arrieta, the jockey. Call Me Fast, a 3-year-old gelded son of Dialed In, out of Caged Mistress by Minister's Wildcat, bred in Kentucky by Glenn Todd. Beard course about 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 27.73 seconds. This reminder, the second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. In the winner's circle, Mary Ormsby, representing Claiborne, presents the Silver State Trophy to the connections of Call Me Fast. No carryover for tomorrow's card for that super high five wager. We thank you for being with us. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, also for Coolmore, Claiborne, UK Healthcare, FanDuel, our entire family of sponsors, thank you and good evening.